Okay. Good morning, everybody. It is 9 o'clock. We are just waiting for Councillor Douglas. We've had a phone call to say that he's been held up by a few minutes. So I'll just give me time to do some introduction work. So health and safety wise, we have two fire exit, one there and one there. You go outside and meet in the car park if the alarm goes, or if there's an earthquake, then obviously drop, cover and hold best you can, and then make your way out of the building. Toilets are down through the, what are we going to call that, the tunnel, down to your right, and welcome everybody here from our communities as well. We have media present, and there has been a request from media to take photographs, so I'm going to give them open. They can just walk around and take photographs unless anyone wishes not to have their photograph taken. It's a big thank you to all the staff and councillors over the last wee while, but more importantly, a big thank you to all the submitters, one through the alcohol licensing submissions we're going to hear shortly, and then later on with the long-term plan. And that's about it from me. Are there any questions before we get started? This is a very important part of local democracy, and it's very, very much a part of what Southland District Council do. And we are here to hear the submitters today on what they would like us to listen to and take into account. However, it is only a time to ask questions, not to get into debate, just to remind councillors of that. So we will be able to ask questions, and there will be a speaking limit of 5 minutes, which will be looked at. However, if we need to extend that, we'll do so, because we want to hear from everyone the best we can. There have been 3 cancellations today or later on this morning with the long-term plan, so that's given us a wee bit more time to reflect on a few things, but it's yeah, we just need to sit back now and wait for Councillor Douglas, because he needs to be a part of this process. So I'll adjourn until Councillor Douglas arrives, so just carry on, but just bear in mind that you are being recorded. It's going out live as well on the internet, so just take time, and as soon as John comes in, we'll kick in. Okay, everyone's here, so we'll just go through the formalities. There are no apologies. Any leave of absence? No leave.
Councillor Duffy's indicated an apology for the 5th of May.
5th of May, Councillor Duffy. So we've recorded that one, have we?
I intend to join by Zoom.
Okay. No, that's cool. Conflict of interest in regards to anything on this agenda? Councillor?
And 7.1, it's got a licensed premises.
The license, yeah, liquor licence holder.
Are you going to
No.
withdraw or?
Well, because I discussed that, there was no, he had no pecuniary interest or anything in it, so it's noted. No public forum, no extraordinary or urgent items. And there are the council meetings of the 14th of April to confirm. I'm happy to confirm that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kramer, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Now move into the submissions, which are item 7.1, the alcohol licensing fee setting bylaw. There are recommendations A through to D that we receive the report and that we agree to receive all written submission and hear the submitters who wish to be heard. And at the end of this, we will then go to E. So I'm happy to move items A to D. Is there a second, please? Councillor Runningclaw. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And then we'll go to E at the end of this session. So I'd like to welcome the submitters that are here today in regards to the alcohol licensing fee setting bylaw. And our first submitter is Daryl Jenkins. I hope I said Daryl correctly. So do you know the process, those that are coming to submit? Once your name's called, just come up to the middle here, feel comfortable, and we'll hear what you have to say, and then there'll be questions. So thank you. And if you want support, please, Mr. McHugh. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Daryl Jenkins. I'm from Hospitality New Zealand. I'm the regional manager for the lower of the South Island. This is John McHugh. He is an executive member of our Southland branch committee and also a Hospitality New Zealand Life member. He's come to support me today. Can I take the introduction as read? Yeah, I don't need to bore you again. Excellent.
It wasn't boring.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll get into the nitty-gritty. So those who will be affected by the proposed fee increase need to be confident that the local government is operating effectively and efficiently. It's disappointing that there is a lack of transparency in the cost structures relating to these proposed fee increases. Greater transparency needs to be shown around how have the council's costs increased in this area? How did the deficit occur? Have all cost-saving mechanisms been researched, trialled and/or implemented? If council feels the need to increase costs in order to cover a deficit they are now facing due to mismanagement of fees, it should not be left to the licensees to cover the council's deficit. Hospitality New Zealand understands that Southland District Council has reduced the national default fees, but would like to stress that there are many ways costs can be saved. The compliance industry should be making more use of technology offerings, including the likes of Business Connect. This service would dramatically reduce paperwork and council staff time in approving and auditing applications. Annual license fees are generally intended to cover the costs of monitoring and enforcement of licence holders throughout the life cycle of the licence. This includes any enforcement related costs for issues that need to be considered by the ARLA regulation. Hospitality New Zealand has a strong focus on ensuring compliance with the law and all agencies, and we believe this helps manage some council costs. This should be taken into account when our members apply for and renew their licences. The hospitality industry is still on its knees. The implications of alert level changes, imposed costs to manage the health risks, such as the 3 S's, and the restricted travel of Aucklanders who bring so much to the region have all heavily impacted hospitality, and an increase in costs at this time is just one of a suite of higher costs our members are facing. For example, minimum wage increase of 5.82%, sick leave entitlements going from 5 to 10 days, which is a 100% increase, rates increase of 16.54% proposed under the long-term plan for the next year, and now a 57% increase in annual licensing fees. Our members should not have an increase of 57% thrown at them due to a deficit that is no fault of their own. We should not be carrying the cost of council mismanagement. Given the suite of local and national compliance costs, this is but one of a raft of costs that impact the ongoing viability of the industry. Hospitality New Zealand recommends that cost-saving measures should be implemented first and foremost. On behalf of our members, we're available for consultation, which is right now. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McHugh, you've got a few minutes. Is there anything you wish to add?
Nothing to the submission, Your Worship, apart from a couple of comments that had been made in the media about the fund being depleted. How did the fund get accumulated in the first place?
Okay, that's the reserve fund you're talking about.
Yes.
Yep.
And the reason for my questioning is this annual fee only started in 2015. There was another comment that stated that it was only for 3 years. It was actually to be reviewed for 3 years.
3 years.
And of course, as you're aware, the council had the discretionary opportunity to reduce that if they needed. I assume after the review, they would still have that discretionary power to do that. And one other cost, if I could, that was in the was associated with the media comments was the legal implications. Can that be expanded? Because our understanding in the past, if there's been legal implications, it's normally the licensee that has had to pay for it. I understand there was quite a substantial legal cost which was passed on to the industry, which we don't really believe should have been passed on to the industry.
Okay. Yeah, the legal cost side would be the lawyers that we would need to.
Yes.
Yeah, that part of it. Okay, any other questions from councillors? Okay, thank you for your submission, and I'll get those answers to that other question for you, Mr. McKee. Thank you. And thank you, Darrell.
Thank you.
Next submitter is submitter number 15, James Garthwaite from the Tui Base Camp at Tuatapere. Thank you.
G'day.
How are you?
For those that don't know me, I'm James Garthwaite. We've recently taken over what was Highway 99. We've been there about 20 months now. And I'll just thanks for the time for me to speak today. One of the things I'd like to talk about probably to start off with is just in terms of the financials, which were a part of the pack that came out. There's a couple of different things in there that does sort of inclines me to want to ask some questions. With the numbers ending June 2020, income has gone down by over 25%. I understand some of that might be due to less one-off functions and stuff, but I believe that seems to be a big loss in revenue, whether it's places being closed or other revenues hasn't been coming through to this cost centre. The big way out I see, I suppose, in terms of these numbers is the internal expenses. From the June 19 year to the June 20 year, internal expenses have gone up from 60,000 to 144,000, which is a huge drop, and I couldn't find much explanation of that in the writings around it. So of that 144,000, which is internal expense, that was obviously the big driver for the net loss for the cost centre for the year. I think there needs to be some more understanding around this big number before it's being passed on to the industry that we, in terms of us having to pay for it. So I think that is the big number that has rocked the boat in terms of council figuring that they need to make some change. I think there needs to be more understanding of what that is. Is it an internal recharge from other parts of the council? Is it around depreciation? Is it around a cost that the hospitality industry shouldn't be taking it on paying for by themselves? I also understand that the Southland District Council plays less into the cost centre in terms of that versus most other councils in New Zealand, whether it's be 10% or not. So I do believe that needs to be looked at so it is fair across the board when comparing with other councils. Won't go too much into it, but obviously we are already having a lot of costs coming towards us, obviously with minimum wage, the holidays, but we also have a lot of other costs coming directly from council. We've got food licence fees, we've got duty manager fees, we've got campground registrations, we've got the alcohol fees, which is actually even more if you've got on and off licence. So we're actually in charge twice, even though it's the same person that comes through, does them both. We get charged for both licenses, the full smack. So that's quite a bit of money for one person coming out and doing the review and doing the paperwork. We had a bit of a count up the other day between to get council rates, water rates, environment Southland rates, alcohol fees, the food licence fees, duty manager fees. We're paying up over $20,000 a year. And so when you start talking about some of our costs going up, 40+% in terms of the alcohol, you're also talking about our rates going up over 20% going forward. There's some huge costs that the council are expecting us to absorb within our business when we are having a lot of other price pressures as well in terms of the inflation that's going to happen going forward. One of my points is, what does it seem to hit up to a small amount of businesses to pay for the lack of efficiency management in the council? There's a couple of points in this. I understand that the council have been struggling with staff in this area and obviously subcontract to other councils and other people. I do not believe this is a cost that should be passed on to the hospitality industry because it is an internal thing that is the council not having enough staff. So therefore that's an efficiency cost that the council should be dealing with and making sure that they've got the right staffing structure and the right people to be able to do the job that they're charging the payments for. My last point was the council department has been sort of below par. If there's a business, myself and a lot of others would probably have went elsewhere in terms of the alcohol side of things, in terms of getting verification. A couple of examples of this: it's been nearly 6 months since we've applied for our licence. We've paid for it. We've got it's all happening. We've still got our old certificates on the wall. One of the things that the council, when they come out, it's all about going to the rules of the alcohol and everything else. So hold us, having the right duty managers, having all the paperwork signed off. So holding us liable or something if something wasn't to happen. At this stage, if we have police come in, they're going to ask to look at our licences on the wall, and they're dated last year. Another example is duty manager renewals. We did a number of them in sort of between September and December last year. We're paid for some, and we're still actually waiting. It's been okayed, but we're still waiting for a new duty manager certificate to come through. So we're talking 5-6 months later. From a business perspective, if I was getting service like this from another business, I'd be looking at the yellow pages and looking at other options, because I've paid the money, we've done the interviews, we've done what we need to do, but yet we are still here 6 months later and still waiting. So I just recommend hopefully look at the council will at least match or beat the other councils in terms of what they're going to put towards the cost centre, understanding that we are rural businesses away from a lot of other people, so we do have challenges, and we are part of the framework in terms of what keeps some of these communities together. But also recommend that the council looks for efficiency within the current cost centre. Like every other business at the moment, we're all having to look deep and hard inside a business to make sure that we can continue through the times we've had and the coming future. So thank you for your time, and any questions are welcome.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor Ford.
I'm just a little curious, the capacity of your premises for a number of patrons, and do you find that groups will come along and use your property for a meeting place to?
Yep, we can hold over 100 people on premises inside. We have a number of community groups that will come in for meetings, from netball groups to soup and chats with we had lately we've had the Lions brought in a whole heap of the older people in to get them all together in terms of a chat and catch up. We also have bus trips and stuff call in terms of calling through Southland and things like that.
Okay.
Any other questions? So you touched on the fact that this is a hard time for everybody, and you realise that this is a central government thing that's been put on us. Do you think it's something that councils and maybe Hospitality New Zealand need to get together and pursue this across New Zealand, or?
Yeah, because I think I do believe there is efficiency. If you probably just look at Southland, I imagine there'll be 3 alcohol units just in Southland alone.
With the councils?
Yeah, with the alcohol ones. So there's obviously efficiency in terms of, because there's a whole heap of different units throughout New Zealand working off the same rules and regulations. And it probably touches on the point that was just made before in terms of the use of technology. Why do we have to have departments scattered all through New Zealand, and every department will have a manager and all that sort of thing. So I think there's big opportunity for efficiency across New Zealand in this space.
Hence why the central government looked at the DHBs, but we won't go into that. But it's certainly
Some of the bit different, yeah.
certainly an opportunity to make it easier. Any other questions from councillors? Thank you very much for your
Thank you for your time.
Next submitter is Daniel Anderson from the ranch in Te Anau. Daniel. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. As you heard, Daniel Anderson, owner and operator of the ranch for 26 years, 31 years in hospitality. I think it's time to have a look at your internal structure. The system has been changed and it's more broken than ever. It took us over a year to get our last licence renewal, and our next one's due in approximately 3 months. And obviously hounding the council to obviously where's our licence, and still no real response. No response even after our licence is actually even applied for, like a simple email to say that our licence has been received would be just a wonderful foresight. And we have to stop stifling the industry, which has been plagued by a series of perfect storms, and the latest being COVID, which has brought a lot of our industry to its knees. The hospitality is not a bottomless pit of money. No more rates increases on licenses, rates and services. Sorry.
I'll take your time, Daniel.
A lot of our comrades up in Te Anau have done it tough this year. I'm probably one of the more luckier ones actually being there for 25 years, but there's a lot of people up there that have been only in business for 1, 2, 3 years. And obviously it's a great concern of mine that they're not going to make it through this period. Obviously, we can't afford any more increased costs. And I ask again that we do everything we can to make sure that we don't just keep firing extra bills or extra accounts at the industry. I suggest places like Te Anau, over a 300k round trip, start aligning all the licenses to meet at a particular time of year. Push licenses out, pull them forward, align them so every 3-year licenses all fits within a small period, a window. If somebody has to do a site visit to make sure we've got signage up and water available for free, so be it. I think we've learnt a lot over COVID that people don't actually have to come to our premises to do their tick box system. And that's what it needs to be. The licenses that have been existing for years upon years without red flags, it should be a tick box system. New licenses should be treated quite differently. But after that relationship is formed, it should be simple. We get regularly checked by police, not so much by licensing officers. I think we all need to start looking at businesses that are not paying their fair share. I'm sure on premises only selling 20% of alcohol per volume in the industry. It's not a one shoe size fits all. I ask you all to look at the systems that we currently have in liquor licensing. It needs to be fair and a fair rate system for all. With the Airbnb and the freedom camping sucking the life out of the taxpayers, we all want fair rates across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions of Daniel? Councillor Ford.
When you do your licence application, you have done for many years, obviously, you're fully compliant and that there's nothing in arrears that you need to do that would hold the licence up as far as being issued? So
No.
It should be just, as you say, tick box.
I don't think I've actually ever had, in the time I've been in business, ever had someone object to our licence. It might be back in the early 90s when we first started, but after that, I don't think we've ever had an objection since.
And police-wise, that's all up to scratch?
Police-wise, they could. I think Tianel's probably well known for there's no nightlife in Tianel at the moment. So, you know, it shouldn't be what we should be portraying. We should be portraying that it's buoyant and a great place to come to. Don't get me wrong, you know, we're very grateful of all the visitors from Southland, Otago and Canterbury, even Auckland, that do visit us, but the long weekends just don't cut the whole year at the moment.
Councillor Radenclaw.
Yeah, hi Daniel, I'm Maggie Ravenpour. Question, what is the process when the staff come to issue the licence to you on your premises at the ranch? How long does it take? What are they asking? Just for my clarification, please.
So we put in our licence and then they'll make an appointment.
Yeah.
And I'd say it'd be less than an hour on the premise. So, and that's basically making sure all our certificates are, making sure our food availability, obviously water on the bar or tables, or I know every place is different. We don't have water on the bar itself, but we have water available on signage everywhere in the place, so people can get water at any time. So obviously over COVID, a lot of things did change. So we didn't have glasses and water really available at the end of the bar anymore. So just making sure we're compliant. You know, don't get me started on the food control plan, but it's another thing that's just got, it was a great idea, but it's escalated to a beast. So the people that have got it under control are lucky. The people that haven't, the costs are just getting out of control for business again. So licensing, I can't emphasise enough, it should be a Zoom call. And if they're up in Tianel, then they make the site checks then. But I just cannot believe that council or the licensing is actually making special trips up for all these one-off licenses. Like, it needs to be smarter.
Thank you.
No other questions? I've just got one, Daniel. You mentioned ask all to look. Are you meaning council or who are you meaning?
I think it's a joint thing, like,
Yeah.
you know, use council or licensing is a cost issue, and I think we all need to look at ways of fixing it.
With your industry?
Absolutely.
Alongside your industry? Okay, thank you. No other questions. Thank you, Daniel.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anne McFarlane from the Woodlands Bowling Club. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Southland District Council Governance and staff. May I introduce John McBride and myself, Anne McFarlane, as representatives of the Woodlands Bowling Club. John and I also hold bar manager licences on behalf of our club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission regarding the liquor licence fee review process. I didn't realise it was part of the wider plan, but hey, that's all good. Our club has a history going back to 1910, when the community created the club as being in the interests of the community's health, well-being and sense of purpose. The land was donated by the community and the club has made a positive contribution to the district ever since. While we have a smaller membership, our heart is strong and we consider ourselves good citizens by working within the legal framework as required by the Incorporated Societies legislation. We reject options 1 and 2 as being quite onerous on our club and wish to support option 3 only. This is regarding the fees. The rationale for our position. In this current year, our bar licence fees have been the licence for the premise, $380 for 3 years, plus $112 annually. So that's $716 for 3 years. The bar manager, $316 for 2 years, and we're a very fortunate club in that we have 2. So there's another $632 for 3 years, $1,350 odd. This gives us an annual cost of just under $450. We have a membership of just under 30, which is a significant cost to spread across our club. Option 1 would see the 10% fee increase in the first year to rise to $493.90, plus 5% the next term, $543.29, and then another 5% in the 23-24 year, rising to $597.62. Significant increase. Option 2 has the removal of the discount, but would be a cost of $1,752 for the 3 year, or $584 annually. As this option does not have a timeline, that's option 2, we assume this fee will not be revisited until post the 2023-24 year. We sincerely request that you consider our submission and the impact this would have on our club. We are a small club. We do not pretend to compete with the tavern down the road. We prefer to be citizens in a relationship of harmony. Good luck with that. But we do find it extremely difficult. I support the previous speakers where we have said, if you have not come to the notice of anybody, why can't it just kind of half-pipe roll over? Those that are actually the offenders, sure to be bearing the costs of the compliance that we at the moment are bearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Don't appear to be any questions, so thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you, team.
Thank you. Next submitter is Louise Watts on behalf of the Nightcaps Hotel.
Good morning, councillors and
Morning.
staff. My husband and I own the Nightcaps Hotel in the Southland, deep Southland, and we have been stressfully struggling to recover from COVID. We've also had to endure the opening of a new tavern 3k away from ours in the last 5 months, which is in Wairio, which the Southland District Council issued new licences to. We've also having to compete with our local rugby club, golf and bowling clubs, volunteer fire brigade practice nights, the OHA RSA, contractors who are running social clubs and their numerous man caves that have been created over the COVID period. These have all had a huge impact on our income, extremely stressful. It has affected our health over these months. Our hotel is a venue for the Southern Trust gaming machines, and over the last 2.5 years we've contributed $42,000 into our community. I'll give you those clubs that have gained this money. The Nightcaps Community Medical Trust, Nightcaps Squash Club, Duffy Books in Schools, which is the Takitumu School, Takitimu Ohau Pole. They actually had quite a large sum given to them. If we are forced into closure, our community will lose funding for future non-profit groups. The Southern Trust or other gaming companies cannot put machines into new venues. Once they're gone, they're gone. And possibly no funding from venues out of the nightclubs area, so I'm told by our representative. Councillors, please put yourselves in our situation as a country hotel owner. We are at a disadvantage. We don't have the same population, patronage or income as a city hotel, tavern or event centre. However, we are paying for all the same Southland District Council building compliance policies and fees as a city hotel or tavern or event centre. The Southland District Council have been increasing fees for the last 3 years with regards to the food control plan. This year it went up by $50, which is a huge amount of money for a little hotel like ourselves. Companies and suppliers for our business have also made increases with goods and services. I would like to see a system put in place for a reduction in fees for country hospitality with specific area or population criteria. Again, we don't have the population patronage in these areas. We honestly just can't keep paying for these fees in this economic climate. I strongly believe the Southland District Council have lost sight of the situation hospitality businesses have been through with COVID. I would like to know if we are forced by the government to close our hospitality businesses again to COVID, will the Southland District Council give back some sort of rebate for the closed period? It was 8 weeks for ourselves. That's 2 months that we weren't able to operate, which is a huge impact on our business, as we've got a population of around 300 in nightcaps. Yeah, so yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louise. Any questions from councillors? Any questions from councillors? Councillor Duffy.
I appreciate your situation, Louise. You realise the fees are set by government.
I do realise.
We, however many years ago, decided to subsidise those, which actually has been from the reserve in the meantime. So the question really is about whether we subsidise in the future or not from rates. That's a difficult decision that we're sort of left with. But the points that you and the others have made are well worth hearing.
We have to be heard.
Any further questions? You said something at the start about enduring a new licence at Wairio.
Yes.
So there used to be a tavern at Wairio.
7 years ago.
Yep.
And it was turned into a private home.
Yep. So I know the process that's gone through, but I just wonder why you use the word endure.
Because we bought our property from the lady that owned that property and who had turned it into a private home. She closed it for the very reason it wasn't making any money. It was, yeah,
Okay.
She was failing to get customers there, and now the council have issued new licences to a new business in a very small community.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, no further questions. Thank you for your submission. So that is all of the submitters that wish to come to speak. Obviously, there are the ones contained within the submission document as well. Finished quite early. So I'm just going to add that we move to agree to thank the submitters that have attended. And is there a seconder in that regard? Thanks, Councillor Fraser. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. I do want to include, I know I can't include that in the what we've just agreed to here, but to everyone else that submitted as well, and those that have made their comments known in other ways, I thank everybody. It is a difficult time in regards to COVID, and something I'd like to discuss going forward with Mr. McHugh or Darrell as to what we could probably do together. We may do that offline. Okay, we can have a break for a reasonable length of time until say 10 o'clock. Quarter of an hour or so. If you just want to take a break, and the submitters and the long-term plan will start arriving. So thank you.
Oh, no, that's right.
You are?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
No, it must be in the agenda, not the booklet.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start off this session with the submissions. Thank everyone for their patience. Now 10:45. Just remind everybody that we are live. Just had a request from the previous round of submitters that it's very hard to hear. So when you are speaking or asking a question, can you speak into the microphone? And I understand that's the same when it goes out. Is that right? Yeah. So please be aware that the microphones are on and speak into them, and you can hear at the back with the speakers above you, hopefully. Yep. All right. So just remind everyone as well in regards to where the fire exits are and the toilets, and that the media are here and will be wandering around when they feel the need to take a photograph. And unless you don't want your photograph taken, we'll let them know if you don't. Okay, so we'll move into the submissions for the long-term plan. And just once again, a big thank you to everyone at council and the submitters through this process as well. It's been a long process, and we're here today to hear some of the submitters that wish to come and submit verbally, and we have a long list of others that have put their submission in. So it's a big thank you for that. And it is one of the more important processes that all councils do, but in particular this long-term plan, the work that we would like to get underway depends on what is able to be paid for, obviously. Okay, so item 7.2, receiving the feedback for the long-term plan. We have the recommendations A through to I. So a councillor can move those recommendations. Councillor Scott, seconded Councillor Kramer. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. So the first submitter was submitter number 11. However, Dave was unable to get here. So the second submitter is Natalie Karen, submitter number 241 on page 944. I believe Natalie's here. Thank you. Oh, so I didn't explain. Just go around here. Go around to the front and just take your time. Be comfortable.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Hello, my name is Natalie Karen. I've been a member of the Western Southland community for all my life. It is where my husband and I currently farm and have done so for the past 20 years. I'm also the manager of a local medical centre and have been in this role for the last 13 years. I've raised my children in this community. I've been on school camps. I've been on several community committees. I volunteer to help where I can and see the problems these families are facing and dealing with at a grassroots level. People in our community of Atautau, Ojai and Nightcaps are only just getting by. We already know that some of these towns have high unemployment, high mental health issues, high levels of deprivation. These proposed rate increases will have future detrimental effect on their lives and on an already struggling community. And how do you propose these people to survive rates increases? Yes, you may say option 1 or 2 or 3. This is great, we have choice. But we all know that these options are only the plan for the first year. What will the increases after 2 years, 3 years, etc.? No one seems to know. Where do you propose people are going to find the money to pay these increases? I see families and members of our communities every day that struggle to pay GP services, can't afford the cost of their children to see the GP, then struggle to pay for medications, feed their children. Yes, it is free for children 14 and under, but what happens after that age? These people are hardworking, have their own homes and pay their bills. They're proud people who don't like to ask for help and just make choices and decide what the family is best to go without. Food, healthcare, heating, when the bills need paid. These people go without healthcare. Where do they end up in our already overburdened secondary care health system? Then communities are left with children needing looked after, needing to be taken to school, needing to be fed. Our elderly people are in the same boat. Our aim in primary care sector is to keep people out of hospital, but as you know, our health system is very far from perfect and cannot cope with the demand that is currently required of them. We have multiple families living in one home to keep costs down, which only causes more family violence, overcrowding, sickness, and other social issues. People will have to readjust their lifestyle choices. For example, people will need to make compromised decisions in meeting basic household expenses while not being able to access medical care or other essential services due to financial pressures. These are life necessities that people should not be choosing to go without. These choices are needs, not wants. These financial increases you are planning to put upon people is not only going to cause more burden on these families, so they sacrifice their health. You then have to deal with the struggling parents trying to make ends meet, which turns into stressed adults, stressed mums, stressed dads, domestic violence, family violence, broken homes. Where's that going to leave our communities? Everything is increasing their fuel to get these children to school buses, because I, as a parent that lives in a rural area, I've been told by the Ministry of Education a school bus is a privilege, not a right, and it is up to parents to get their children to a bus. And in my case, for secondary schooling, that means getting in a car and driving to that bus, either 20 minutes, 15 minutes, or a 90-minute round trip, whichever school we choose to send our children, or boarding school. There is so much more pressures being put on these families. Electricity. I see people who won't turn on the heater as they can't afford the power. The kids go to bed with hot water bottles to keep warm, several children on one bed. I know the rebate option is available for people who qualify, but the rebate amount, is it going to increase with the amount of the rates increases? People on benefits, yes, they may be able to get assistance, but this is only shifting the financial burden from one agency to another. A lot of these people don't pay rates, yes, that's correct, but they pay rent, and what will happen with the rent values that are currently unrealistic? With these proposed rates increases, they're going to only go up. People are only going to pass on the extra costs. 3 water reforms. I've been to 2 public consultation meetings with the Southland District Council representatives present. I asked questions about what is the 3 water reforms, and all I get from these meetings is that the Southland District Council was given $13 or $14 million to opt into stage 1 of the 3 water reforms, which is upgrading stormwater infrastructure. When I ask what is stage 2 or 3, no one can tell me. The answer we get is we're not sure what that involves yet. From memory, at the Tuatapere public meeting, we were told that the Southland District Council has to decide if they're going to opt into stage 2 by the middle of May. That there would be public consultation regarding the different stages to inform the ratepayers of Southland what the options are and what they entail. And from the public feedback, the Southland District Council would make a decision. How is this going to happen if they opt in by the middle of May? We're now at the end of April. Will the ratepayers' opinions be valued and heard? I know it would make life easier if we all lived in cities, keep services to one area and not worry about rural areas. But not ideal is where are people going to live? A country cannot house people living in the cities now. Also, where would that leave Southland economy with no agriculture? Unfortunately, the proposed increases and proposed new legislations being put on farmers by regional councils and central government is becoming more and more unrealistic and pushing the biggest income earners in these communities to breaking point. Where will the Southland economy be without agriculture, and when are we going to start fighting for them? What I see as a waste of money as a ratepayer. Why does the Southland District Council need 6 or 7 officers to serve a population of approximately 30,000 people? Do we need to be paying all these expenses on these buildings? I put in my submission on Wednesday the 14th of April. On Thursday the 15th of April, early afternoon, I got a telephone call from Shannon to discuss my submission and book my time to speak. She sends me a confirmation email. Wonderful, efficient service. Within 2 hours, I receive another telephone call from another lady at the Southland District Council wanting to discuss my submission and book in my time to speak. Then on Wednesday the 21st, I get a third telephone call to discuss my submission and book a time in to speak. And you wonder why I think the Southland District Council wastes ratepayers' money. I'm only one person with what other inefficiencies are going on within this organisation that we as ratepayers are paying for. What is going to be the average proposed employee wage increase for the Southland District Council employees? Perhaps it should be only at the rate of inflation, or maybe the proposed increase for some of the hardest working people in this country being the Southern District Health Board nurses with a proposed 1 to 1.5% increase. I respect that you need these bridges fixed, but it wasn't or doesn't seem to have been a big concern for the last 20 or 30 years. What has been done about it to put money aside to help fund the problem we now have? Don't threaten to take 500 odd kilometres of tar-sealed roads off us and revert them back to gravel. Just fix these roads, find the money, save the money, stop wasting the money and stand up against the government and get the money. Go back to the basics, get them right and give the ratepayers of Southland what they deserve and what they are paying for. You as our representatives have been voted in on behalf of the ratepayer to stand up and lobby for the best interests of our communities. And the ratepayers would like to see you doing your job and lobbying for the best outcomes of our communities. Forget about the fancy stuff like flash cycle trails, fancy toilets for freedom campers that contribute minimal to the Southland economy, and sort this mess out. I hope my time has not been wasted coming here today and hope you do listen to the concerns of the ratepayers. Thank you for hearing me and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your submission. Are there any questions of Natalie?
Your Worship.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thank you for your submission, Natalie. You asked about what future rate increases are likely to be. That is all covered in that consultation document, so.
Just go to your microphone, sorry.
Yes. Did you see where the future rate increases are, what they are proposed to be?
I did, but apologies, I don't specifically understand. So what this specific amount for people of Western South and what the increase is going to be for this year? Is it going to be 10%? Is it going to be an extra 15% next year? I feel that it's not spelled out easily for lay people to understand.
Yes, well, I will admit that the percentage increase is the average increase across the district. But there are 10 years worth of projections in that document.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do respect that, but I just don't know where people are going to find that money to pay these increases. That is my biggest concern. I see how these people in these communities are living. They are hardworking people. They don't like to ask for help. There's not lots of help out there. There is help out there, but not lots. Where do people find the money? And I know that the minimum wage has increased, but so has every other living cost. So what's the point of that? And it's these children, it's the increase in family violence. Then you're going to have people stealing onto people's houses. And I live in a tera. I know 3 people in the last 3 months that have had their freezers stolen out of. This is what we're going to be coming up against. But I don't know the solutions, but I do know I can see what it's going to cause in the foreseeable future.
Social costs.
Huge.
Councillor Owen.
Hello, sorry, I didn't have a microphone.
That's right.
Thank you for your submission. I'm just interested, we've recently reviewed our rates for omission and postponement policy, which enables us to respond better to people who are going through financial hardships. So that's something, if we're to give effect to that, would have a budget for that in our long-term plan. Is that something you think the kinds of people that you've are referring to would apply for, similar to a rates rebate sort of thing?
Well, yeah, it could be. I don't know what what the criteria would be to have to be, to get in there. A lot of these people that I'm seeing are people that they're working and they don't qualify for a community services card. They're just out of that income bracket that they don't qualify for those extra financial help. And it's those people as well who are very proud people. So, I mean, it's probably a good option, but it's not going to solve a lot of the problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Don't appear to be any other questions, so thank you very much for your submission. Thank you. Next submitter is Bridget Forsyth from the Cancer Society on submitter number 145. Thank you, Bridget.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for offering this opportunity to come and speak. Ko Bridget Forsyth aho. I am the health promoter for the Cancer Society down for the Southland region, so it's the Otago Southland division, and we have our office on Spey Street in Invercargill. So just a sort of wee bit of a touching base about the Cancer Society, which you'll probably mostly know, but we function throughout New Zealand. We don't get government funding, so we're completely dependent on the generosity of our communities, which we are incredibly grateful for. People have been so supportive, and that supports, a myriad of pieces of work that we do. My supportive care colleagues are the people who you would speak to if you had cancer at all, and they are incredible in the work that they do. I'm incredibly grateful to work with them. However, I'm talking about prevention, so I don't actually touch much on the things that you were consulting about. I'm more in that last question. Anything else? Because I'm looking at things that I want to never happen, it can be quite intangible, but there is a lot that we can do, and particularly as Cancer Council, we can, you can play a massive role in things to support our well-being and health to the future and reduce our cancer rates. So you will know that Council provides massively in terms of supporting our public health. Lots of people think that health is just about going to the doctor, but obviously having functioning water systems and good, well-managed roading and stuff is massively important for our well-being and health too. The things that I really wanted to comment on and draw attention to today were things that mainly about, you mentioned in your part on page 17, you talk about investing in playgrounds, and I thought that you had this massive list of all the different playgrounds that you'd be working in. And so I'd be really keen, as you will have seen in my submission, to make sure you're thinking about increasing shade in those playgrounds. And this doesn't have to be built shade, it can be. Built shade can be quite tricky to get right, and we recommend getting good advice if you're going to make built shade. But you can do things like plant trees, considering when you're taking trees out of any areas that you are making sure you're replacing them with something to not just leave people to be exposed. And you will have read that, skin cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer in New Zealand, despite being 90% preventable. So 90% of skin cancers are caused by too much sun. So it's like a thing that we can really do something about. Physically, we can all wear our sun hats and stuff, but the council can do this, provide shade around playgrounds and in picnic areas and stuff like that, having that available. And we know that people will use shade when it's available. The other big thing that I tend to push for is supporting our communities to be smoke-free and reducing the number of people starting smoking. You have a smoke-free policy, which I've seen and had emailed to me. It's still quite hard to find on your website, or I haven't actually successfully been able to find it. So I would love it if the public would be able to find that policy on your website. I've tried searching multiple ways, and I've tried looking at your list of policies, but it's not there. So you adopted this in 2014. We'd be really keen to see it reviewed at some stage, and particularly updated to include vape-free spaces now that vaping is in existence more than it was in 2014. And now that we have it included in the National Smoke-Free Environments and products amendment as of November last year. So that's why we really strongly recommend that you have smoke-free signage available at playgrounds and your picnic spaces, as you sort of mentioned in your smoke-free environment, your smoke-free open spaces policy, and that you consider including vape-free as well. So around that, we know that if kids are not seeing people smoke and not seeing people vape, then they're going to be less likely to start smoking and vaping themselves later on. We also know that if you're trying to stop smoking, it's really hard to do that if people are smoking around you. So it's that sort of normalization and exposure. It's helpful to have those, have smoke-free, vape-free areas. You might have some questions about that, which I will try to answer. The vape-free amendments have meant that they will be sending out. Is that my time to finish up?
Carry on. It is, but yeah.
Sorry. The vape-free legislation has meant that they're going to be sending out stickers to all the schools and early childhood centres that are now updating, because it used to just be smoke-free at schools, but now they'll be having ones provided for that, and they'll be developing like the proper signs and stuff. And then eventually there will be ones that will be available for the rest of the community to buy at cost. So even if you haven't been able to develop them yourselves, it may be something you could buy very cheaply from the Te Herenga Hora, the Health Promotion Agency. And those are the main things I really want to speak to. You've seen the other things that are in my submission, which are also important. But yeah, any questions would be great.
Thank you, Bridget. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Craven.
Thank you. Probably not a question. I just applaud you in the idea of installing smoke-free, vapor-free signs around playgrounds. I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
Fully supported. It's a good idea.
Oh, that's wonderful. We'd love to hear that.
Any questions? Okay, so you're aware that the projects that you've indicated here are to be paid for by ratepayers' money. So we're like you, we rely on other funders. So
I appreciate that.
Hence why we're in the submission process.
Yes,
yep.
And why, trying to push for prevention, because I realise that
absolutely.
You don't get to treat the cancers and stuff that come from things. So
totally get that too.
It's nice to work as a community together.
Yep. Social side again. Thank you. Thanks for your submission.
Thank you.
So we have a Zoom attendee, Chris and Viv Shaw. Michael will probably work on it first.
Hopefully you can hear us. The video we're being blocked from video.
Yeah, we're just coming up shortly. Here we go.
Here we go. You see us as well, hopefully. So Ngā nui koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you, and particularly thank you for the staff for their facilitation of the meeting. Listening to the previous two submissions, I think both of us would like to support what Natalie Karen said and thank her for her understanding and knowledge that she provided of that community and the way the proposals affect people. First of all, the positives. In the 18 years that we've lived here in Te Anau, I think this LTP document was probably one of the best ones. Actually addressed the core issues that council should address in its questioning. And a focus is really welcome. There are a lot of unknowns facing council. I think it would be fair to say that we appreciate the difficulties that you face at this time as people try and understand COVID and its recovery and its effects on the community. Three Waters reform, if what's rumoured going to happen will be a bit like the DHB reform that's been proposed. And it will be interesting to see how that plays out, but it does mean it's a huge uncertainty. And in the paper this weekend, we have this little cutting that says councils for the biggest shake-up in a generation. It's like local government is next. If we put the DHB model onto that, that could be quite dramatic and quite drastic for SDC. In terms of rates increases, looks to us like the local government system is actually broken. And I think that's where this local government reform is coming from and why it's there. Effectively, you are allowed as council to increase rates without restraint. And that puts a huge burden and strain on the whole community. And in fact, the increase actually breaks your own affordability requirements, which I do struggle with. We both do, as to why that would be. In terms of changes to the environment, with COVID, that's very difficult, and we don't know how that's going to affect the community. And as people will know, Yarnell has been really badly affected, and the suspicion in the community is that is only going to get worse for some time before it gets better. One thing that council doesn't appear to be doing is taking into account changes in the way businesses are operating in this community and in other communities. So the use of technology and the sharing economy has led to things like Airbnb. There seems to be a complete reluctance from council to actually address how you rate those businesses that have appeared, and essentially you're treating them as private individuals on a whole number of issues, not just rates. If you could address that, it would stop ratepayers actually subsidising tourism businesses in the local community. Effectively, that's what we have now. And the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment report highlights that issue, and it seems something that's been completely forgotten about in your deliberations for the LTP. So we need some change, and I know people have been encouraging us to think of, well, you tell us as ratepayers where we should be changing the way we operate. I think that's a joint responsibility. Both council and ratepayers have to work together to provide solutions for this community. For certain members of council to say, if your responsibility, tell us where it's going, it's not acceptable. You need, as councillors, to take responsibility for the decisions you make and for the review with staff of your own costs and operations. It would appear that that is not happening at all. So I know people have mentioned this locally recently. Do we need 3 councils plus Environment Southland for the population of Southland? We need 3 CEOs. Sorry, Cam. We need another CEO. Do we need 4 headquarters buildings for these operations? I suspect we actually don't, as a community, need that. We need some streamlining and reform, and I think the council should work together to do that. We need some capex restraint. See that you want to keep rate rises down would be encouraging if you didn't intend to spend over $1 million resurfacing the runway at Te Anau Manukuri Airport for a runway that is hardly used by anything other than a general aviation field. You're talking about spending $10 million on a new council building, which actually won't even be in the district you serve. It will be in Invercargill. And so all those things, I think, are things that you should look at. We also need council to be worthy of trust. And in this current process, it is quite different to the process that was carried out in previous LTPs. You essentially moved the discussion on draft revenue, finance policy and rating review into last year, and you did not as a group notify it. It was only because the Southland Times reported it in the paper that anybody knew that was occurring. In previous LTP submissions, that was part of this review, and people could see it, read it, and come and support it. I admit you did allow people to do that, and I think I was grateful that that happened. We were. We see communities hit hard by massive rate increases. And one of the reasons that those communities didn't know about that was people didn't engage in the process, because essentially you tried not to allow them to do it. You deliberately, I am sure, hid that review away from the public, and you actually did not allow that consultation to take place in any formal way, where previously you have allowed that to happen. So now we see communities looking at rate rises of 18, 15% or whatever it is. If they'd followed that discussion in December or November, they would have been aware that's what was happening, but they didn't. Please read Section 78 and Section 79 of the Local Government Act 2002. before someone challenges you through the ombudsman for your process, because that's certainly a possibility and it has been mentioned in this community already. I think with that, we both wish you well with your deliberations and we thank you for your time.
Thank you for your submission. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Owen. Councillor Owen has a question for you.
Kia ora, Viv, and Chris, thank you for your submission.
Kia ora, Karen.
Can you hear me? Okay, you're all good? Yeah. So I just have a question. A statement in your written submission was that the current economic climate has not been taken into account when presenting these options, and the spend should at worst stay the same, at best be reduced. It was definitely part of the discussion early on, was particularly you would have seen it in media as well, should councils be retracting their spending in response to COVID, or should they keep on track with the stuff that needs to be done in order to form part of the economic recovery? So I'm just interested in hearing, because you've got a different view to that, it sounds like.
I think a lot of it, and the first speaker today absolutely made right points, is that COVID's had a massive hit on communities throughout Southland. Obviously we focus on Piano because that's where we live, and Piano has been massively hit, and I think everybody acknowledges that. So that's where I think our comment comes in, that we've had this major external hit, and it's almost as if council hasn't really taken that on board, saying, well, we've got to press on because we've got to do these things anyway. I think it's, in particular at the moment, council's got to say, okay, fine, do we actually need to do all of these things? And our argument is no, don't all need to be done at this point in time. And we've got to acknowledge the hurt that's going on in the communities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? There don't appear to be any other questions, so thank you very much for your submission, and I take it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Sorry, I'll just put a note down here. Okay, next submitter is David Boniface, submitter 147.
Thank you and good morning all.
Good morning.
I'm David Boniface and I've a background in infrastructure management, mainly in the highway sector within New Zealand, but also in Canada and Western Australia. I've led asset management teams in all three countries, and I was a member of the governance team of the Southland District Council Roading Alliances for 5 years, some time ago. The comments in my submission are pretty self-explanatory and meant to be encouraging of council to up their game and get ahead of the significant backlog of deferred maintenance. My observation is that council has not really got a handle on asset management per se and needs to apply better the fundamentals as such as I have outlined and as are well espoused in the International Infrastructural Manual, which is a world-leading document developed in New Zealand. Asset management is a long-term game, and asset owners need to have a long-term view, 10 years, looking out 10 years, or preferably looking out 20 years. Asset managers must understand when assets deteriorate to a level where levels of service are compromised. And I think this is where you're at in Southland, to be honest. Consuming the asset beyond reasonable levels of service, you pay excessively if you haven't intervened at the right time, so to speak. And with respect, I believe that is what has happened, and particularly with bridging assets. The spike that you've currently got hasn't happened in 5 minutes. It's developed over a period of time, and I think council's been quite remiss in terms of ignoring and not applying good practice to understand this deterioration. It's my encouragement for you to inject appropriate levels of capital to get rid of this backlog. And I don't differentiate between the asset groups. They're all important. They're all important as each other. But access to farms and to the rural sector is particularly important in terms of efficiency of transport and so on. So you may want to contemplate perhaps a little bit more hands-on internally to get ahead of this challenge that you have. Consultants come and go. I was one, and there tends to be less of a focus on ownership when this important role is outsourced. And my encouragement is to perhaps not necessarily increase your numbers, but have a greater focus on the skill sets required to manage your assets. And in this respect, perhaps employ the likes of specialist deterioration modelers who can actually have a good long-term view and help in the development of programs and help in the development of remedies that are cost-effective. I wonder if you haven't got some assets that you don't need. Are you funding any private roads? Are you funding any private bridges? If so, you should stop that practice. I suspect you may. If you have realisable assets that are not of use to you, why keep them? Perhaps you should divert some of the capital that you gain from selling assets you don't need into areas of importance. It's really all about priorities at the end of the day. Okay, that's my little spiel on asset management. I'd just like to now move on to an area that I'm actively involved in, and that is in terms of multi-purpose trails. And I do note the comments of the first speaker here. I don't think multi-purpose trails are at the top end of the scale in terms of need. I think they're an important part of the infrastructure, and my encouragement is to the District Council is to in fact take more of a leading role in this area. We look with envy across the boundaries to where Queenstown Lakes District Council have got to and where Central Otago have got to in terms of the amazing assets that they have and the amount of business that they generate by virtue of those assets, the amount of business that's in the small communities. In Southland, we're miles behind the eight ball. At the Trails Trust that I'm on in Fiordland, we are struggling to really achieve anything quickly simply because we don't have the resources and the access to finance that we would like to have a meaningful program. We started off with a hiss and roar. We built, first 2 years, we built 20 Cove Trail. But the last 2 years have been, the last 3 years have been a real struggle, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. I know the District Council have their own issues with around the mountain, but I think it's high time that there was a focus on the needs of the whole province. There are other groups, including a group at Tuatapere, who are very keen to develop trails. And what I would like to suggest is that there is some leadership from within the District Council, and the major players were brought together, and there was a focus on what may be able to be developed in the next 10 years and included in your long-term plan. And that's all I would like to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions of the submitter? Councillor Owen.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. One thing that you didn't speak about that was in your written submission I'm interested in hearing more about is you mentioned in there that we should look at the potential of amalgamation, and you talk about one of the benefits being rather than individual councils competing in terms of lobbying, that collectively working together. What are your thoughts of other benefits of amalgamation?
Well, it comes down to cost effectiveness and having a pool of expertise that can be focused on the common challenges that you have. All of the rural districts have the same issues in terms of backlog of maintenance. I see different approaches from within different councils. There are some specialist personnel perhaps that could be shared. There would be a lot to be gained from sort of basically working together collectively as a southern rural preserve, if you like, to the benefit of everybody.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions, but you are aware of, you mentioned the Around the Mountain Cycle Trail. That's why this council has decided to spend no further money on cycle trails, because we've been criticised very, very abruptly in the past because of core service, stick to our core services, but we won't get into a discussion about that, but I did take on your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have an opportunity.
Absolutely. Yeah, not denying that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next submitter is Stephen Hoskin from Fiordland via Zoom. He hasn't come on. Yeah. So Wendy Joy Baker from Nightcaps isn't able to attend. So do we have Richard Kula with us? Richard. So Richard is submitted number 97 on page 296. And you'll just keep an eye on whether Stephen comes on, Michael. Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Everybody read my submission, I hope.
Yep.
And basically I outlay in that, give an example of money I think could be better spent or saved is in the Ojai bridge that is sunk or collapsed, half collapsed. This is a bridge that basically isn't even right for where it's located. Trains go around under it, and if it's sunk, I would imagine we should be looking at going to the engineers and saying you didn't build it and getting them to pay for the fix. Now, there's some savings there that I want to talk about. You got the roads coming in out of there with the big trucks of coal. I mean, we should be paying for a good road that doesn't sink instead of fixing the thing on and on and on until it's in a state of just patches all the way up. The first speaker spoke about people like me live in Ojai. I am one of those people with a disability. I'm schizophrenic and I'm bipolar disorder. I have a home and I look after my mother, and I have 3 dogs. For 3 days of the week, I eat macaroni and cheese. I cook it up on a Monday and use it for Tuesday and Wednesday. And I get by for the rest of the week and what I can sort of spend or save to do it. I've got a power bill I've got to pay. I'm living remotely. I've got a car to keep registration and warrants up. It's tight. It's tight for money. My only income is income support. With my illness, nobody's going to employ me. So I have to have the money that I get in from income support of my supported living payment. It doesn't go very far. So when we've been in a situation where we've had COVID-19 and half of the country's decimated business-wise, we have no tourism coming in, to then decide that you're going to put up rates for Ojai 17%, and that's the highest of the rates, the 17%. It's just, it's hard on us. This could be done in 3 years' time when the country recovers. It could be done any time that's better than the first year when we're just coming out of recovery. So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say. It's hard for me. You're going to there's 44,000 residential homes in Southland through Stats New Zealand. If you're raising $2,500 currently per house, it's $110 million. That's just on residential roads. And we want to raise another 22 million. I'm sure we can save the money somewhere. It will go back to the people we're trying to build roads or bridges from to fix. I think it was 6 bridges. to have a look at them and say, well, no, you've built it properly. Well, okay, no, this is through traffic and it's our fault, but whatever. We could have as much fun trying to save this money than we could have having fun on where to spend it. And that's about all I wanted to say, short, sharp and sweet.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions from councillors?
I'm nervous, so.
I know you did well.
Well done, well.
So if there's anything else you want to add, just.
If I look at my phone a minute, I'll probably jog myself.
Just while you're finding
Oh,
that.
yeah, one thing too, the rates rebate. I've been told, oh, you can get a rates rebate and all that, but I find out that's from central government. It's not from the councils. If they don't increase it from $650 and you're going to charge me an extra $400, which is $10 a week, I mean, that's hard for me. Plus, I only just got a $10 increase on my supported living. So on one hand, I'm getting $10, and on the other hand, you're going, well, stop central government, we want it. And no, it's just, I'm not getting ahead, I'm going backwards. I got a mother to look after as well. This rates increase at this time and everything, it's just crazy talk.
Thanks, Richard. Okay, any questions of Richard? The bridge and the road you were talking about, and I'm not wanting to pass
Between
it
Nightcaps and Ojai.
That's on the state highway, so I know that.
It's got a big. It's just collapsed on one side. I had a look at that bridge. It's treated timber and everything. It's not that old. If they didn't engineer it properly. I used to work in an engineering company.
I know they're
before
on.
they found out I was schizophrenic anyway.
I know they're onto it. That's what the message I was going to give you. It's not a council situation.
Isn't it? Oh,
no.
Good. Because I was doing my head on that.
Okay, thank you. No further
thank
questions.
you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Duffy.
Richard, sorry. Just thinking about the 44,000, I think that might be the whole of Southland. Do you realise that?
Yeah, 44,000 homes
in the whole of Southland.
Southland, which raises 110 million
across the three.
Roughly, you know. But that's only residential. We're not talking businesses or anything else, or income from parking tickets, or income from trampers. You know, your other incomes.
I think
asking for 22 million on top of that, that just seems to me, you know, it's a bit rich. You know, this time I think it's a bit rich. Now I'm happy to pay it in 3 years when I'm sorted out. But this year.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
No, thank you. Done very well.
Thanks.
Okay, we have Stephen Hoskin on Zoom, all the way from Te Anau, somewhere there. There we go. Stephen, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to present. People will be aware of the history of the Trails Trust. I just wanted to paint a bit of background to our written submission, mostly because, well, I've been on the trust since 2012, and we've worked with council and community board over that time, but definitely feel there is more that could be done, because even preceding my time on the Trails Trust, we were originally formed back in 2007, but almost died basically on account of not being able to get funding and support. And I guess once we did regroup and formed a very strong committee, we've been able to very successfully build Trail every year for 4 years, which has been highly used. And I'll highlight to councillors the numbers that I put in highlighted form in the submission, that we have probably got 3 or 4 times the number of trail users than any point on around the mountain, highest and lowest use points on a trail that is entirely within Southland and delivering many benefits. I'm aware of the work on the great rides around the country and the economic benefits they give, and I think our trail does all of those. But I would point out, if you're going to do rational decision making, there's a background document to the Great Rides economic benefit analysis, looking at where those benefits come from. And if you look at the details of things like accommodation and bike hire, then many of those for around the mountain will be in Queenstown and not in Southland unlike the Lake to Lake Trail and future trails we're proposing. And I am mostly, of all things, asking for support for us to survive as a trust, and in particular, knowing that compliance simply grows and the workload grows, and that we're trying to pass the hat around a small community or get external funding, all of which has an enormous administrative workload, and it's falling on a small group of volunteers. And our prior submission in 2018 asked that council would look at funding an administrative position, and that's the top request, is that we just have a paid administrator that could help us with the ongoing workload to comply with the Charities Commission, comply with what District and Resource Council and others ask of us, just so that it's not falling on the few volunteering their time and trying to do governance work rather than fill in applications and other such work. And I guess would also highlight that we've done much work towards progressing trails in Fiordland, specifically heading up the lake. And I've literally this morning returned from riding, the Alps to Ocean Trail, and I've done several of the other trails around the country. And I think if you want something that showcases what Southland has to offer, our trail is right up there with the best that I've seen around the country. So we'd love your support to get the funding to allow us to have an administrator to continue and to help cover some of those capital costs, and specifically as well, just to have something written. I'm not aware of any council document that says we support the Lakes to Lake Trail in any way, and hence our enormous disappointment when we'd spent hundreds of hours, flown to Wellington, put our case to the Provincial Growth Fund, to have them write to us and say, you don't appear to have regional support, so that we can't even get external funding outside what council's offering, is hugely disappointing. And again, when we're so limited in how much time we can put in, to have something like that lost, partly at least on account of lack of support, is something we'd love to see change. And then the final point really is just what I've done. Gary Tong, you might remember when you came to the Polar Plunge here about 6 years ago, we drove around town together, and there were just numerous little simple jobs that could be done to make this a more cycle-friendly town. Simon Noble did that report back in 2014, pointing out things that could be done around town. I condensed it into a 2-page document from 144 pages and put in your hand, here's a little list of what council could do. And I don't really see action on those simple safety points. And I guess I ask this as a trustee of the Trails Trust and as a local GP. I want the kids to be able to commute to school. I want workers to be able to get to their workplaces safely and actively, less environmental impact, better for their health. And I think there's much could be done around our town and other towns in Southland that would allow this form of active commuting, as well as all the tourism and economic benefits that go with the great rides and cycle trails. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I'm pretty sure I've got to remember to stop between those until we wait for the applause. I'm pretty sure I gave that list to the community board, but I will follow that one up.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions of Stephen? Okay. Councillor Harper.
Yes, Your Worship. Thanks, Stephen, for your submission. The user numbers for your Lake Te Anau to Manapuri trails, about 80,000. Is there any revenue generated from them?
Absolutely, yes. So we have new bike businesses in town. With Wild Rides and a couple of the accommodation providers also doing bike hire, as well as the existing bike hire operators being able to hire bikes as well. We've had the half marathon run 2 years in a row, getting around 300 competitors, mostly from out of town, paying money to enter the event and to stay in town for that. Got Enduro as another event that uses the trail. We've got out of town trail operators, some of whom use the around the mountain cycle trail, but will also come and bring their tourists into Te Anau to stay a night and ride the lake to lake section, and then perhaps return back to around the mountain. So, as well as you might be aware that one of the biggest economic benefits is actually the health cost reduction on your own population who are able to utilise the trail as well.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Kramer.
Thank you. Stephen, you may recall that the Te Anau, or now the Fiordland Community Board, with its future plan, that it is inclusive of having a cycle-friendly town, and it's looking at numerous ways of implementing cycle lanes within the township itself.
Yes.
So it is on the radar within the Fiordland Community Board.
Great.
Councillor Owen, then Councillor Douglas.
Kia ora. I was just interested, did you apply for community partnership funding that was available through the community boards or council this year?
So not this year.
Okay.
I've put in my submission what we've previously received from the district council. As a rough summary of the $1 million that we've fundraised over our time, 3/4 of it has been within Southland, Community Trust, Meridian and others, and about 1/4 is outside, say lotteries, for example.
Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, Worship. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I've enjoyed riding those trails many times. I was unaware that council has not issued a notice of support for your trail, and I would certainly encourage council to do that in recognition of the work you do.
I'm pretty sure the trust got a letter from me, Stephen.
Sure. I guess when, say, the Provincial Growth Funders came, is it in the planning document? Is it in the long-term plan to say the council will try and get a trail to Tiana Downs or support the trail to Banapuri or the other projects we have in mind?
Yeah, so just to be clear, there was no acknowledgement in the long-term plan, but you have had letters from myself in regards to that support. Yeah.
I guess the specific point I see when I submitted on the long-term plan and then the council made its decision, as we said, that we will rate all of the council because this is a Southland-wide asset. I'd love to see our trail have that same status. Yeah. And if not, an explanation of why it wouldn't have.
Yeah, no, thanks for that clarification. Okay, any further questions? Thank you for sorry. Councillor Duffy.
Stephen, thank you for the submission. I suppose you're aware that there's probably numerous trusts that would dearly love to have an administrator to take care of those issues that you raise.
Yes.
They are a huge call on volunteer time, and I appreciate your situation. I guess you understand that there's probably numerous other groups that could also do with the same sort of help.
Absolutely. I guess I read your stated plan with the cycle strategy and say signing up to Swords and its desire to grow tourism, for example, or your open spaces strategy. And I think actually we're tying in with exactly what council wants to do, and the same council is spending what on around the mountain. Why would you give money towards one and not another when we're so parallel and I think at least delivering the same benefits?
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There don't appear to be any further questions, so thank you very much for taking your time from your busy schedule to submit.
I appreciate you letting me on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next submitter is submitter 160, Duncan Jennings. Duncan here? Yep. Hello there.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. My name's Duncan Jennings. I live on a gravel road, and I'm here on behalf of everyone that lives on gravel roads in the Southland District. Like in the past, we used to oil our roads for dust suppression, but Now we're not allowed to, and like with all the heavy vehicles and stuff on the road these days, there's a lot of dust on the roads, and like we can't have windows open in houses, washing on lines. A lot of us collect water off our roofs, and like for me, for example, I have to buy water from town. Well, buy water because like our water's contaminated with dust and stuff off the road. And yeah, as a ratepayer, I'd like to see something done towards dust suppression on roads. Yeah, and yeah, I've seen a few things out there, and I believe Auto Seal would be a good fit for some of the roads, for some of the people that it affects. Yeah, and that's basically all I've got to say on that. And I'd just like to see all the all the bridges on the form roads kept open because they were put there by forebears and stuff to serve a purpose. And yeah, a lot of these bridges are still used, and if you were to shut them down, yeah, it wouldn't be good. So that's basically all I've got to say. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Duncan. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Owen? Councillor Kramer?
I don't really need the microphone when this close, but just so people online can hear too. With regards to Otter Seal and stuff, who do you think should pay for something like that? Should it be all Southland District ratepayers, or should it be the people who are receiving the benefit from it?
I believe there should be an element of the council paying it, but like I'm not opposed to like users sort of pays for it as well, because like it does, it only affects different people, the dust, whereas some people are lucky enough to live on tar seal roads and they shouldn't really be paying for it. But yeah, like there needs to be something done. So yeah.
It's covered the question I was going to ask. Who's going to pay? Good.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
So when oil was permitted, did you actually use oil, and how effective did you find it if you did?
Yeah, no, I personally used oil and it was very effective. Sort of oiled it sort of twice a year, sort of late spring, well, sometimes just depending on the seasons, but normally twice a year, spring and autumn, and then leave it for the winter, and the grader graded it, and then in the springtime you put it back on, and it was quite effective. Yeah, a lot better than having dust. So yeah.
Okay, in your submission you mentioned about taxing people that use our infrastructure.
Yeah, I did, yeah. Well, I'm down in the Callards area, and well, before COVID we had a lot of camper vans coming through, and they're all the ones that just in the camper vans, and the self-camper ones, I forget what you call them.
Self-contained.
But they just drive around, they use all our facilities, rubbish, toilets, roads, and they just drive through, and we hardly get a cent out of them. And I believe, like, if the borders open up again and stuff, like if the camper vans are going to be allowed to do what they've done in the past, I reckon they should be taxed. So we get something out of it, because us as ratepayers are paid for all the infrastructure they use, and they're using it without paying for it. So that's what I think on that. So
okay, thank you, Councillor Scott.
Thank you. Excuse me. Do you know roughly what your annual cost of oiling the road was when you were able to do it?
It was pretty cheap because I was a DIY sort of man, so I was able to do it myself. I realised to do it legally now and stuff, you're meant to have traffic management plans and all that sort of carry on, but for me it wasn't a great cost at all. So yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. There don't appear to be any other questions, so thank you so much for your submission. Is there anything you've missed? You're just a wee bit nervous, but is there anything you've missed?
Oh no, I don't think so. So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so they are the submitters there's two have pulled out of this session, which has put us before time, but sorry to put you on the spot, Alana, but would you like to go now or would you prefer to stick to your time? So you want to come forward now? Righto. So submitter Alana Barrett, submitter number 76 on page 248.
Morning, councillors.
Has everyone found that? Yep.
And staff. Take it you read my submission.
Have indeed.
I just want to elaborate on a few points. And, you know, and the point of this proposal and the calibre of our long-term plan, it's quite concerning. When you look at the near 500 or over the 500 pages of what you actually put online, there seems to be no reference to the payments for Great South or our venture Southland, which equates to $3.8 million this year. So in the 10 years of this long-term plan, basically the compounding is almost $40 million. And I say that, where is it? And basically alarm bells are ringing. Why should we give money to a council who is taking rates so that this office, 3 days before Christmas in 2009, put $25 million into a finance company? I was quite concerned when we come across that information on the fact that it wasn't disclosed for 8 years. This company, with this $25 million of ratepayers' money, went belly up in 2013. More alarm bells are ringing. So what is the social cost of our proposed long-term plan? I actually attended the Tuatapere meeting, and it was quite disheartening to see a lot of the elderly parents of my friends that I went to school with looking at the reality of, you know, taking all of their government increase for their pension in their last stages of their lives. Putting more overcharged rates and the accumulation of more reserves, that by 2031, this council will have in reserves 97 million. You've now got 42 million in loans of 105 million against the accumulation of these overcharged rates. To achieve this compounding nearly $100 million in overcharged rates in these reserves should be a real concern. Is why on earth do you just keep building up all these reserves when you're going to borrow against them? Yeah. In 2018 and 2019, the consultation and legal fees for this council were $2.5 million that were passed. This year, the following had come up to $3.48 million. So the compounding cost of in-house consultants and legal advice is equating to $40 million for this 10-year plan. That is too much, and it should be reduced. And no questions were asked by our council. On the 10th of March this year, this council passed number 76. No interest is to be proposed to be allocated to district reserves. In your local reserves, this equates to $27.5 million, right, for the next 10 years that are generating no income. So why would the council pass this amount of money for the next 10 years to have no source of income? Have you ever thought of the social consequences of what we are doing? We hope, after seeing all these people that are affected, you've actually given them no hope with the reality of taking their future income for the next 3 years. And for what? What is it actually going to achieve? So the only reason the council's in, there's no replies on this submission, but on the 5th of May, you will pass as a final report of these unsustainable rate rises. Now, I'll put it to you, councillors, that this year you're spending 23 million on staff alone, 3.5 million on consultants, and with the combined payment of 3.8 million for Great South, we are looking at a $30 million this year alone for our staff and our administration. But your rate take is just on $50 million. It's unsustainable. And, you know, you've gone and leased a building in Don Street for 400,000, and you've just passed in the last month another, what was it, 600,000 for refurbishing. You've got a $10.5 million office for a rebuild that was passed in the 2018 long-term plan on a quote that was performed in 2016. That is unsustainable, and it will blow out into at least 18 to 22 million within the next 5 years, because everybody knows that the costs of building in 2016 are not what is on the books today. To be honest, I think there's been a lot of alarm bells ringing, and I think the church bell's fallen off the church and has left a lot of ratepayers in a state of shock and dismay. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Alana? Councillor Ford.
Yes, thank you for your submission. I'm curious that, do you have some accountancy qualifications that would quantify these things that, better than what we have?
The information that I've summarised comes from your annual plans, your annual reports, and the long-term plans. That information is passed in your documents. And referring to the 25 million, that's actually in your...
Yes, I'm aware that I have seen that, yeah.
Yeah.
So to
But
clarify,
it is concerning, because why hide it for 8 years?
clarify that hasn't been hidden. It's a debenture type situation where, same as when you mortgage a house, you have something against it. It's not actually cash. It's not monies. We don't want to get into a debate here, but I will get an answer for you fully on that. But the council have been briefed. Councillors have been briefed on how that figure is there.
Yeah, and it is loaned against.
It can be loaned against. It has.
The Auditor General.
It can be loaned against, but
was
it's
loaned
nil
against.
balance at the moment.
Yeah.
Correct. Any other questions, Councillor Owen?
I just want to acknowledge the time that you've taken to try and understand follow where the money goes and stuff, because it took me a good year of being on council before I understood all the reserves and how it all works and things. But I just want to encourage you to maybe, while you're here, take a chance to have a chat to someone in the team to explain how the different reserves works, because essentially it's each line in your rates is rated for a particular activity and can only be spent on those particular things. So if that money's not spent because the project came in under budget and stuff, that's how the reserves accumulate, but they can't be spent on activities other than those things they were rated for. So that's what the internal borrowings against the reserves to avoid external borrowing. So it's a wee bit complicated, but there are staff here that can answer your questions if you want someone to sit down and explain it to you.
I understand that, but you do realise that Ojai ratepayers had $485,000 removed in 2012, and in 2013 there was 365,000 reserves removed for a targeted rate. Things do change, and they have been moved, and they are not being moved in the right direction. But I think we reply.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Alana.
Thank you.
So we're a quarter of an hour ahead of schedule to break at 12:15, but is there anyone else here that would like to speak now? You happy to do that now? Thank you. So this is Ronald Baxter on submitter number 249.
No, it's not.
Sorry to... Yes. Still, can you hear me at that?
It's still the same.
Is it?
Bring your microphones physically pick them up and move them about 6 inches closer to you.
So you heard Karen okay when Karen was speaking, Councillor Owen?
Testing 1, 2. Oh, that's enough.
Who's that?
Sorry, we'll just take a minute. That's fine. Rob, can you try yours?
Testing.
Can you hear Rob?
Can you hear this all right?
Okay, so we really need to speak right into the mic? I think so. Okay, thank you. Noted, councillors.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, my name's Ron Baxter. I live in Nightcaps, small village. Basically, I could rabbit on with everything that everybody else has rabbited on for the past probably hour. And I'm pretty nervous, so I apologise for the poor speech.
No, you're fine.
I'm on a fixed income. I had an operation, it's forced me into medical. I get medical money from the working income. Can't work till I retire. That's going to be 8 years away. My income is fixed. I'm one of the lucky people that actually get some of your rent rebate money each quarter. And I'm very, very thankful for that. Otherwise, I genuinely would not be able to pay the rates. All right. I'm probably in the 40% of the bottom feeders in Nightcaps. There's a hell of a lot of people that are on the breadline below me. All right. Your increases have gone up from $900 when I moved in 17 years ago to $2,500 now. It's unacceptable.
Sorry, how many years ago?
17 years ago. Yeah. It's unacceptable. I've repeatedly asked for things to be done around the village, contacted the council. The biggest faux pas in the past, I don't know, couple of years, I asked every year for the pensioner flats, for around there, for the pavements to be cleaned thoroughly so the pensioners can walk safely around the village, having watched one about 10 years ago fall over and hurt their hip pretty badly. I'm going to be old one day, same as a lot of other people, and I hope people take the care that I'm trying to take now for those people. Do you know what happened when I asked the council to clean the actual pavements? They cleaned outside my house only, and I'm in a different street, and they didn't even clean around where the pensioners were. Now, when I was caretaker at the local school, we had the PD guys out. No cost to the council at all. They did a fabulous job of coming in and cleaning all the pavements around the area. And that's something that you guys could do, which I've suggested, which would cost you nothing to achieve a good goal so that people are safe. Right? Going back to the actual rates issue now, people can't pay it. Simple. There's no money. Stats came out and visited me about 3 or 4 weeks ago to do a government survey to see what the affordability was around the area and what we pay. She couldn't understand how we actually paid our bills. You know, she said the income we receive, like I'll give you for instance, everything's gone up. Cost of living's gone up. Wages have just gone up. Do you know how much my wife and I's income has been risen? $6. How on earth are we going to pay these extra bills that you guys are forecasting for us? Right? The alarm bells, as Alana is saying, are ringing, and they're ringing loud and strong, where the average Joe person like myself and other people are not going to put up with it anymore. Right? We can't physically pay it. Right? We've got to now band together, right, and form our own group so that we can actually have a voice and actually make an impact and get you guys to get your, whatever you need to do in line with each other and start working together and cost cutting and making it affordable for your ratepayers to actually pay you money. We don't mind paying you money as long as things are done. We should have clean water. The water in Nightcap sucks. It has for 17 years. I've complained about it. At least once a month, we flush the toilet and all we can smell is like when you go to the baths, it's chlorine. I've complained about that all the time. Right? Nothing's ever been done. Right? As in for our rates increases over the years, we were fed this line, and I'm sure everybody that comes from Nightcaps and Ojai has been fed this line. Because we don't have every section filled with people, and we don't have every house filled, right, our rates are spread out over that amount. So we got to pay the shortfall. For years now, our houses have been selling. People have been occupying those places, right, and sharing out the amount of rates. Why haven't our rates gone down? Why are we not, you know, we were paying because other people weren't there. Why are we paying now because we are full up? There's barely a section free, right? When the sections are free, a caravan pops on it. They must be paying some kind of rates on top. Yeah. As for the other submission that I had there about the roading, yeah, there was money for, you know, you've got these huge, huge trucks weighing 40, 50 tonnes using our roads every day. For the first 7 years we came down here to live here, the roads were perfect. I went round telling everybody, because we came from Auckland, how nice the roads were to drive. I mean, I'm an ex-biker, and you appreciate no potholes for a start, right? The roads are crap now, absolutely crap. And it's not just the main roads, it's the roads that lead off of it. There is so many potholes. There is an inferior amount of road repair. The people that are doing it literally should be put up against one shot, right? Because 12 months later, it's bad again, and you can't drive on them. And it's all to do with the big change came when they went from sheep to dairy, right? And the accumulative trucks that were for that. Then with the Nightcaps mine, I was at a meeting with before they opened that, I was on the Lions Club then, and we had a meeting with the directors from there who swore there would only be 40 trucks at maximum, laden trucks coming out of that mine, right? I sat there one day and there was 67 trucks came out on one day, right? One after the other, they were just leaving the bloody place, right? I spoke to the guys about it and they said, legally, we can just park a trailer outside the mine. It can get picked up by a truck and taken away. And there's nothing you guys can do about it. And that's what they said to me. The rest was supposed to go by rail, which obviously hasn't done. And of course, now we got logging trucks. We got those trucks. We got the milk tankers. They are phenomenal. You don't realise how many of those are actually on our roads driving around. Right, over and over and over, going to and from the farm straight to the holdings and back to the farms to the holdings. Yeah, ripping the roads apart, saying chronic. I mean, they weigh a super amount of weight. You're asking the ratepayers to pay for stuff where we don't earn any money off it. We go to the supermarket, we still pay nearly $4 for 2 litres of milk. There's no reduction at that end, right? And they earn a huge amount of money being on those roads. And those roads, it should be user paid. If you've got trucks ripping the roads up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, yeah, they should be the ones paying for the roading, not people who can't afford it. Yeah, and let's face it, councils are there to look after the constituents, to look after the people out there. You know, we're valuable. Without us, you've got no jobs. Without us, you've got no incomes, you've got no holidays. You can't put your kids through school. Yeah, all we're asking is for a fair shake of the stick. And the rates, by the way, should be going down. They should not be going up. All right? It's about time you guys worked a bit smarter. I'm not saying you don't work hard, but there must be a wealth of knowledge, you know, amongst you guys here. Sit down around a table, find out what ways you can be more cost effective, and that doesn't include paying yourselves more money, right? That's the first thing to stop. Because if other people aren't getting paid the money, then I'm afraid it stops right there. Yeah? All these buildings you've got, you know, sitting empty around Southland. Sell the damn things. It's at the highest price for realty now that it's been for ages. You must have an absolute fortune sitting there. Get rid of them and stop making us pay for things like the town hall, yeah, and for the swimming pool. When the swimming pool is in Ojai, not the nightcaps, yeah, it's filthy all the time, so nobody in down will use it, yeah, and it's just horrible smell and slime in the water because the mechanics and the actual pumps and everything else are so old they don't perform. So these people are just pushing it uphill all the time. And as for the town hall, that should be user pays, like everything else. It should be you want to have a wedding there, you pay for it to have a wedding there, and it should come off the council for people like us paying for it, or sell the damn thing. Right?
Okay.
There's millions and millions of dollars there that you guys can be working with, and you're not. Before you come to ask us for money. Now I'm probably gone way over my time, and I
That's
really
all right.
apologise for that.
I see you weren't even practiced. You just went off the cuff. So
I don't have to practice because
Yep.
this is genuine
It's here.
feeling.
Yep.
Right? This has been boiling up for 17 years.
Yep.
I mean, I'm in a situation now where I can't go back to work. Right? I had a neck operation. Now I'm uninsurable. I've got 8 years to my retirement, and 8 years I've got to fund everything, normal household expenses like you guys do.
Yep.
But with a fixed income, my income doesn't go up. I mean, the money that we're given every year for firewood, right? I spend that on petrol to go and get the firewood myself. And I ask people around the neighbourhood, can I go and cut your trees down, please, so that I can have firewood to keep warm in the winter? You guys have got no idea what it's like to survive. That guy that's got schizophrenia that spoke earlier, I wholeheartedly feel for him. And if there's any way I can help him out of the little bit I've got, he's welcome to it, because that's how we are in Nightcaps Ojai. We help each other out. Yep. But there's only so much you can do. Now, I suppose I should shut up and let you guys go and have some lunch.
No. Very well done.
But
there will be questions, I'm sure. Are there any
I would
questions?
hope so.
Rob?
It depends whether I'm intelligent enough to answer them.
I
Who
don't
would
think
like?
I don't think you've missed much, but Councillor Rodenclaw.
Thank you for your submission this morning. I just wanted to make a comment first. My parents are on a fixed income due to ill health, and my
Yep.
father didn't work for the last 20 years. So, and I know what a struggle. So I do know what a struggle it was. Can you hear now?
Thank you.
Sorry. So you talked about the user pays on our roads. Have you
Yeah.
got a model that you think? Have you?
Easy. Any company that makes money by transporting goods from one area to another, right, should be paying these rates. Right? They should be paying everything to get those roads repaired. Right? They're the ones damaging the roads. Yeah. Anybody know the turn off from the main road going at Ray's Bush, goes left and goes to Nightcaps?
Yeah.
Right? I nearly hit the centre little merge there, going around the corner, because one of these trucks had dumped a load of gravel on the corner, and I slid right up to that verge and just missed it. That could have been me in the fields, rolled over and hurt. Yeah? They damage our roads. They leave crap all over our roads. Right? I hate to dog the farmers. I really do. I think they do a wonderful job out there in the tough times, but they leave crap all over the roads. They drive around with vehicles on the roads that are unregistered, unwarranted, right? Quad bikes, everything else, they use the roads, right? We never see a registration on them. If we go and take our trailer out and we get caught with that, we get punished, right? Roads should be paid for by people that use them. I use my car once a week to go to town, if I'm lucky, to Invercargill to get food. That's my luxury. Yeah, and today to bring Alana here because we carpooled. Right? Every big truck on the road is causing major damage. You guys have got to pick the bill up for that. Right? Start charging them for it. Right? Maybe some of the billions of dollars that they make per year in profits will actually start coming back to the communities that need it, And it shouldn't be the communities paying for them to make profit. It's not right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kramer.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the passionate presentation you've done this morning. It's very good. With regards to the roading and taxing of the users, you may not be aware, but there is actually a rating model that the council uses for the roading, and it's based on weight. So therefore, the vehicles that have, like you've identified, whether it's forestry or dairy tankers, they pay an additional cost. They pay a higher rate than your domestic users. So that's looked at on a regular basis. So that's reviewed on a regular basis. So just for information, they do actually pay more than what the normal resident living in that particular area do.
Can I rebuff?
Well, it's not about a rebuff, I'm just providing you with advice.
The model's outdated.
It was reviewed, I believe, just within the last 12 months.
It's wrong.
Yeah, we just don't want to get into debate.
I just wanted to make
it's wrong. It's wrong then.
Well,
right?
That's right.
It's simple science here. You have a vehicle that weighs half a tonne, e.g. a car. Driving on that tarmac is causing this amount of damage.
Yep, we take that into consideration.
You have a vehicle that's 50 tonne in weight.
Yep, that's right.
Right? It's going to cause 50 times the damage to it. Simple physics, yeah?
Yep, no,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we understand.
And at the end of the day, if they are not paying the whole amount of money, because they're the ones damaging it, the cars may damage it a little bit by going into the potholes and stuff caused by the big trucks, or the delamination is definitely the big trucks. And you've only got to drive between here or between Winton and Nightcaps and look on the roads, and all you can see each side of each lane is this much wide of tyre track, like two of them going in each direction, and that tells me they're leaving their rubber and they're ripping the tarmac up.
No, we get that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Understand that.
Now, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ronald.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, hang on, Councillor Menzies.
Thank you again for making time to come in today and talk to us. Really appreciate that. Just a comment you made around the water and Nightcaps not being clean. Was it the chlorine in the water?
It's chlorine pollution in the water,
as opposed to not being clean.
It's not clean. It's contaminated. That's probably the right word to use. Right, about every month, right, probably for about half a day, you flush the loo, and all you can smell is the chlorine. And to people's health, that is critical. If they're drinking that and not boiling it, we boil all our water and put it through a filter. Other people aren't so lucky. Any more?
Thank you.
You're very
Thank
welcome.
you for your submission.
And anybody, if you're in Nightcaps, please come visit us, bang on the doors, talk to us. We're there to help you guys.
Yeah, appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so that is the submitters for now. I think we'll break 12:15 break until 1 o'clock, and then we'll listen to the afternoon submitters. So we'll be back here just before 1, 5 to 1. Okay, everyone, it's 1 o'clock. We'll carry on with the submission timetable. And just remind everybody that we are live now, and the media may or may not circulate and take photographs. So we're just one slight change in the agenda today with Brent Karen is unable to come, submitter number 244. So we're going to go to submitter 174, Colin Smith, who's got a big truck parked outside and wants to get going. So we'll have Colin, and then Jasprit 248, and then Nigel Humphreys. Thank you, Colin. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Is that on or off?
That should be going.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Perhaps I should bring my truck more often and I get up the queue a bit quicker. I presume you've all had got a copy of what I originally wrote. I'll just go over it again. I'll start with roads. My preference is option 1. As I stated, our roads are deteriorating, some faster than others. The loads on our roads are increasing and the maintenance is not kept pace. I've spent a fair bit of time on the roading network in the last 4 months. Our district roads on a whole are just holding their own. The state highways are not. They are getting rougher and the amount of shiny surface is increasing at an alarming rate, and our winter will be treacherous. The LTSA will transit program patch, and patch again before repairing it properly is not working, and in my view is wasteful in both time and resources. Fix it once and do it right. This needs to be at the forefront with future discussions with them. Bridges. Option 1 is my preference. A balance needs to be established between maintenance versus replacement. Where the maintenance is to be done, it needs to match the lifetime of the bridge. When a bridge is replaced, 2 lanes and/or realignment must be part of the mix. You have to think long-term about our bridges. Where replacement happens, safety, realignment must be at the forefront, along with 2-lane bridging. We have 326 bridges in the Uredi Community Board. We have 1,421 bridges in Southland. Your figures, Southland wide. You currently lease a Bailey Bridge. You should buy one. This would help the replacement planning and ease the congestion. We do not need any more of this short-sightedness as with the number 4 bridge at Dipton. One has to wonder just how much effort went into considering an application to the NZTA for funding. When applying to the NZTA for funding, council staff should not be looking at the criteria and saying we don't meet it. They should be instead be saying, how can we make it fit? This also applies to roading. Rate increases. Option 2. Option 3 is a no-go. It will continue to run our infrastructure down. Option 1 is too big of an increase and not sustainable in our current environment. Option 2 is also too big, but necessary. Council will need to prove to its ratepayer that it's spending their rates on improving their infrastructure by visibly making progress. Accountability by both council and its staff are an important part of this process. And under anything else, the number 4 bridge at Dipton should be 2 lanes and realign. Accountability and efficiency by both council and its contractors, something in my mind that is not happening now. We have aging infrastructure, roading, bridges, stormwater, effluent systems. They are getting old. They've had little maintenance and development over the years. Along with all the other things the council deals with, footpaths, trees, playgrounds, etc., 3 waters, the government. Council needs a coordinated approach to improve all of its services. We need efficiency, accountability from council, its staff and its contractors. I've seen firsthand some of these inefficiencies. We also have people out there who are willing to help in our own community, and we need to make the pathway easier for them, in my view. In my view, the council has shied away from the hard decisions over the years. It is time to stand up, get rid of the job creation and the bureaucracy, get on with things in a timely and efficient manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Are there any questions of Colin? There don't appear to be, and I haven't got any. Thank you very much for your submission, Colin.
I'll go on empty the car park out now.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Colin.
Okay, the next submitter is submitter 248, Jasper.
How do I get rid of that angle?
Oh, what's that?
Don't know.
There you go.
Okay. Fiddling for a while. Come back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jaspreet Boparai, and I speak not just on behalf of myself. There were a group of us, over half a dozen, who made a joint submission. Most of them have been unable to come here today, and I, unfortunately, with 2 kids in tow and a working husband and car seats, I couldn't bring them along.
Okay.
But I'd really like to do justice to the ones I speak for today. Now, I'm sure you have a copy of my submission in front of you. The 4 main points that our group spoke about and put down on paper were repeated undervaluation of assets, as repeatedly the entire document, 1,500 pages, all of it. I don't know how many of us or you or the ratepayers have gone through the entire 1,500 pages, but I can tell you, just to mention again and again that as we have repeatedly told you, there has been an underinvestment in assets. I don't recall being told that, but I can see at least a dozen references to that in this document. I don't know when we were last told that there is repeated underinvestment in assets and there's not enough depreciation being allowed for, and we'll be saddled with the bill of the proportions that we see today. The other issue, which I'm sure is probably not just at the end of the council, because we've been asked to submit on 3 waters, assuming that it is not going forward, or that was the premise I've been told that the entire long-term plan has been written on. I find it extremely odd. We are signing up to something, and this is supposed to be, this 1,500 pages is supposed to be collated in this. The first page of this refers to 3 waters, and there's nothing we as ratepayers are told that what's going to happen, how is it going to affect us, yet we are submitting on it. That sort of makes a farce of the whole exercise, in my opinion, but that is what it is. Now, I'm told that the 25 million debenture has already been discussed about earlier this morning. I wasn't here. I just made it around noon. But again, that's something I'm very surprised at. I was going through the various annual financial reports, and I see that in the year 2018-19, there is a mention of this, that there's a debenture that was issued in 2009. There's one mention of it in section 15, other financial assets. This is page 204 of the report. And before this, the previous 9 years, there's no mention of it. What is its value? What is it worth? What rate of interest? Absolutely nothing. I mean, is it impaired? Is it not? What worth can the ratepayers expect out of the 25 million 9-10 years later? I find it really odd that why all those years we don't see anything about this in the reports in detail.
Did you get the answer before you came in?
No, I didn't.
So I know Anne's got a better understanding than I have, but my understanding is that it is a loan facility and it hasn't been loaned against, so it is zero at the moment. There's no 25 million magic money sitting in there.
But you suddenly mention, I mean, all these years there was no mention of it In 7-8 years worth of annual reports that came before that, there was no specific mention of it.
We'll get
And
the full answer to you, but
Okay,
the situation is that there is no 25
Right.
million in cash sitting there.
And the other thing that is that the name of the entity, in the name of which it is written, it's written that the debenture trustee between STC and the Corporate Trust Limited, trading as a foundation corporate trust, that is long gone. That's been closed by the courts. It's been shut down. And in fact, one of your own documents last year, June, because court orders mortgage fund wound up 2012. In either case, your own council documents last year, the Finance and Assurance Committee, 22nd June 2020, that refers to this as the Covenant Trustee Services Limited, which is the right name. I don't know why this particular document here, in your financial accounts, the name of the entity is something different. It should be the correct name. Why is there another name which no longer is in?
I can't answer that for you now, but we will get that for you.
But that is again something very odd. Your Audit and Financial Committee report refers to the right name, and whereas when it's presented in the financial documents, it's in a different name. That's misleading.
Okay.
And the fourth point, this is something possibly I would like to elaborate on, and I speak as a farm worker, not as a farm owner. There's SNAs, significant natural areas, that is mentioned, and I found the reference to this in the Environmental Services 2031 Activity Management Plan. Now, page number 19 of the document says the Indigenous policy statement, the National Policy Statement on the Biodiversity. The identification of SNAs in the National Policy Statement will require a site visit. It is assumed there are 3,000 potential SNAs and it will cost approximately 3,000 per site to visit. The total cost is anticipated to be 9 million. So are we as ratepayers to understand that someone somewhere has mapped out 3,000 areas which are significant in terms of biodiversity and we have no idea where they are? If I go and buy something tomorrow, my husband and I, how do we know that there is an SNA on it or not? Especially, sorry?
So that is what has happened. There's been 3,000 properties that have been identified as possibly requiring.
Possibly.
And as a cost of it's still work in progress, but there's an estimate of 9 million to do that work. And that has been questioned by government, but I don't want to get into a debate about that at the moment. We need to stick to your submission.
Yeah, so it says, I don't know how these visits will be done, but it's going to be 3,000 per visit. This was in this policy statement. This is followed by last year's Southland Times article. I do have it open on my phone, but this article was dated the 26th of April, 2021. It says Southland District Council could face an $18 million bill for the proposed national biodiversity policy. When I look at it, it's straight away double. It's completely at odds as what's written within this one.
That was just to do the reports, the $3,000, not all the other work.
So this is 18 million, right? And we are talking of a district where most ratepayers are, as it is, struggling, and we are facing some of the biggest rates rises in the country. Now, if you look at our region, we are supposed to have an approximate about 18% of a rate increase. When I go to that particular article and I refer to it, it says that the 9 million that is actually on the document, that Senior Resource Planner Rebecca Blett said that the 9 million does not include staff time admin costs, which could add another 9 million. So that's 18 million. On the top of this, the council's submission to the policy says that if the 9 million is to be funded over 3 years, it would equate to a 6.23% rate rise. Now, from what I understand, and my understanding is definitely limited, I'm not a farm owner to be specifically getting into this, but all of these mappings have to be done by 2026, and it all has to be implemented by 2028. So if I look at just the cost being 9 million, out of the 18% ballpark rate rises, 6.23%, so nearly a third of our rate rises would be SNAs. If that 9 million balloons to 18 million, so our rate rises then over the next 3 years will go up to 24%, another 6.23%, and half of that will be the SNAs, right? So I don't know. The way I look at it, is it going to be the fact that some folks are not just providing a noose for their necks because they don't know where these are, they're effectively paying for it as well?
Yeah, we don't want to get into discussion about that now because nothing is confirmed. So,
But when we are submitting, there's people who are going to be paying rate rises. About half of, it's very likely that half of the rate rises will just be mapping out these SNAs, not going into assets that the community will use, not going to any improvements or more facilities. It's going to be going on a statistical exercise.
My understanding is, well, the property owners will be paying for that, but that is still across the country, it's still under negotiation. But what we've done is signal that there could be a cost to get this work done. It's not saying who's paying for it. So we've got to be a bit careful, but I've just been reminded you've gone well over time. Is there anything you wish to submit on?
No, I'm afraid that should
but I'm not shutting you down. We will get those answers to those questions. But my knowledge at the moment is that it's like a user pays system.
Right.
Okay. So it's not going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Duffy.
Thanks for your submission. Just regarding the SNAs, are you aware that we did have gone out to all the community boards and consulted with them or informed them of where the situation is at so far? And it's very, very early days in that process, which is one that we're sort of need to do rather than whether we want to do.
I do, but
just let me finish. And the process that we have in plan is before anything's put in concrete, that there'll be just individual discussions with landowners involved.
My concern for this comes from a couple of things. Number one, if I go and buy something tomorrow, as my husband and I are planning to, not a farm, that's not what we can afford, but yeah, a rural block, we have no idea if there's an SNA on it. There are people not talking, just hinting about stuff. That, oh, there might be something, there might not be something. No one is able to tell anyone in concrete. I don't want to sink my money tomorrow and then realize there's an SA on it, and all I'm left with is the privilege of paying for weeding and fencing. And that's actually something's happened to mates of ours up at West Coast who've lost 30% of their land in SNAs. So yeah, that's where my concern stems from.
Well, do you realise it's too soon for us to know that as well at this point? It's early, very early.
There are 3,000 sites. And as a ratepayer, as I said, I have a bit of money and my husband and I are looking to buy a rural section. We have no idea. It's being kept in the dark and almost seems deliberate. Someone somewhere knows.
Would you understand that the 3,000 is probably more of an estimate than a knowledge at this point?
So you're telling me that they've not been, you don't know exactly where they are?
I'm not aware that it's been completely defined.
If tomorrow we decide on this block we want to get, if we come to the council, would you be able to tell us that is there a SNA on it or not?
Sitting here, I can't tell you. I don't know.
That's scary, very honestly.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, next matter 164, Nigel Humphreys from Te Anau. Nigel.
Yeah, Gary, thanks for the time. And I'm here on behalf of Accommodation Association of Field Branch, which we operate under the National Hospitality Association, representing quite a few motels in Te Anau. We've got quite a few members right through New Zealand as well. So today I'm specifically speaking from the accommodation perspective, because there's lots of other issues floating around there. But I thought I'd just allude a bit to my submission, and apologies, I did put one in twice because I wasn't sure whether it had been submitted or not. So I'm actually speaking to the same submission, even though you got it twice from different names. So I'm not going to waste too much time talking about the options that we were given because of the different scenarios, because nowhere in those scenarios were we given the option of a 0% increase in how we could juggle things, so, which is obviously speaks for itself. Without stating the obvious, our industry in Fiordland has been extremely hard hit by COVID, and speak from my personal perspective, our accommodation business, our income's down by 50% minimum. That's quite standard for a lot of accommodation businesses in Te Anau, so, and probably wider afield as well. But I'm just speaking about Te Anau at the moment. When I went online and put into the tool calculator to see what my rates increase was going to be, or proposed rates increase, our rates went up 17.5%. And, might only sound like a couple of $1,000s, but that's still a big increase. That's a lot for us to wear when our incomes have just been disappeared. Like most businesses, to survive, we've had to cut. We've had to look at all our expenditure, and we can only spend, we can't spend what we haven't got, or we've had to borrow money to get through. So we're particularly hard hit. Now, I realise most of that increase that we're getting hit in our accommodation sector, and particularly, is actually coming from the sewage charge. But the issue we have, sort of talk about in the submission there, is the short-term rental accommodation market. I call it STRA. But as a commercial accommodation provider, we're paying, in our business, we've got 14 toilets, 14 units, plus a house. We're paying 15 of those charges. Our occupancy rate, 30%. So we're paying that standard charge across all those toilets. The house down the road, that's a commercial accommodation provider, competing directly with us, is paying one charge. They still might have 3 toilets in their house. And at the moment, the market, people, investors outside of this area coming in, buying the houses or have bought the houses, and they operate on that short-term rental accommodation market. Direct competition to us. And so from our perspective, we don't mind competition. It's all about competition, but it's got to be on the same playing field. And we're not on the same playing field. In Te Anau, for example, there's at least a couple of hundred houses, I think 250 odd houses that are on that short-term rental market. Now, there's more around the rest of Southland as well. What we have in a place like Te Anau, and wider now, because the housing issues are spread right across the whole New Zealand, but we have houses that were on that short-term rental accommodation market. As soon as COVID hit, our local community information rental page went ballistic with people trying to sell and get the houses rented out to long-term tenants. But those houses weren't available to long-term tenants pre-COVID. And so we had a massive shortage of housing in Te Anau because people who wanted to move to town and work in that area couldn't find a place to live because all the long-term rental accommodation was put on the short-term market. And, it just, socially, families had to leave town because they can't find somewhere to live. And that's really disappointing that we've got workable families who wanted to move town and they couldn't find a place to live. Now, things have changed a bit. Obviously, we've got a lot of those houses now are back on the long-term rental market. But what we do have now is tenancy agreements going out for some of these houses, and they'll only offer a 6-month tenancy because they think the tourism market's going to pick up. The reality is it's not going to pick up for quite a little while yet. When business as usual is not going to exist for quite a while. So what I'm asking for the council to look at basically is just to look at that whole issue so we can all be on the same playing field, and perhaps to look at the fact that as commercial accommodation providers, we're paying more than our fair share for the sewage system. There's no disrespect about the sewage system. That we're quite happy to pay extra for it because it had to be done. But we're getting hit particularly hard for resources we're not using. Yes, when it's busy, we're using it, but so are all those houses, some of those houses with 10 people in it, 10 people is equivalent to 5 of my units. So I've got 5 toilets and, they're putting 10 people in some of these houses and using the same toilets. So, that's my main point that I was trying to make and trying to bring up. I could rattle off quite a bit more, but, for example, in the past, we've been told it's really hard to track these houses down. On the other hand, Google, and a classic example, and good on council for doing this. We've got a couple of hot tubs put in a year ago. Council's doing a compliance audit of hot tubs at the moment. Googled it, our name comes up. I had a visit from a compliance officer, really good. A couple of little things to change, make it compliant, but that has to be compliant. Same thing should apply to the long-term, short-term accommodation rentals because they're competing on the same market as us, so they should have to comply. There's a whole lot of other things when it comes to fire rigs and one of the other little things that is a bugbear of a lot of us is Te Anau has a lot of new housing stock, but also has a lot of old housing stock that were built as holiday homes, cribs, 60s and 70s. A lot of these houses don't actually comply with the current long-term rental rules and regulations, not insulated, blah, 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 but they can still put that onto the short-term housing market and rent that out for someone on a nightly basis. Because there's no rules and regulations around that. But if they're long-term, they have to comply with some rules. Short-term, they don't. I don't really want to say too much more because I could read off quite a while, but we've taken our fair hit in Te Anau from the team of 5 million. We're just asking for a little bit to come back to us, and this increase for us is 17% this next year is, it's just not going to go down well because our incomes are back down, and we've got to find that from somewhere, and we can't just find it because for us commercial accommodation providers, that business, it's our home, it's our house, it's where we live. It's not a second investment. It's not somewhere we're trying to get a second income off. Many of us have actually got partners, wives, husbands have gone out and have to work another job now just to keep the business alive and keep it afloat. So times are tough. We realise that. You wouldn't have put this in your worst business plan, but we just would like to see some reflection of that on a long-term plan and in fact, hang on, let's look at the bigger picture here. So thank you for your time today. Obviously, everything's written down there anyway, so I don't think we have much more to say. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Nigel. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Owen.
Kia ora, and thank you, Nigel. I just wanted to ask you, you've obviously put a bit of thought into the short-term rental accommodation and ways to level the playing field, as you put it. So you could kind of imply towards PAN charges. Were there any other thoughts that you had around levelling the playing field in that regard?
Well, one of the big things I've always thought was be a positive move, particularly from the council's perspective, but I know we don't like to talk about compliance, but every single person that supplies commercial accommodation should have some form of license, or some should have it, because if they're all providing the same, and that can be like, for example, you do with the liquor licensing, but that's one of the level playing fields. So if someone's staying with us, they know that they're staying in a licensed premise that is able to provide that accommodation. I don't know what your question is about, what else you can do. Like there's all the fire regulations and things like that. We have to comply with exit signs and everything like that. If someone's just doing a house, they don't have to do anything along those lines. Some of us are Quail Mark registered, for example, so we are providing certain standards and that. So, but the main thing is when it comes to the charges that we get charged, and specifically the sewage charges. One that's becoming really apparent now because they've obviously had to put that up for obvious reasons. So.
Don't appear to be any other questions, so thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thanks, Tom. Okay, next submitter is Gemma Marnane, connecting via Zoom.
Hello, everyone. Hi, my name is Gemma. I currently am not in Southland, unfortunately. I really wish I was. I live in Wellington, and I'm 19, so I'm involved with the youth council. And I decided to submit today just because I feel very strongly about our future. So in my kind of submission, I just first of all want to acknowledge the mahi that's gone into the plan. It's very ambitious, and I think it will really increase the desirability of our district over time, and it will improve our well-being. I define well-being as both being financially, so for example, like financial satisfaction, status, and behavior, but also there's other parts to that as well. So I feel that there's not really a direct link between well-being and the creation of roads apart from like physical safety, which is very important, especially with from the youth perspective. A lot of youth are getting onto the roads, and there's increased like desirability to travel to work and things like that. But to me, a good framework to look at well-being is to look at Te Whaia Te Pawha, which is like the Māori perspective on well-being, where pretty much if one pillar of the house breaks, then the whole house breaks. So pretty much, in terms of if feeling safe on the roads, of being able to travel, if we're talking about the first kind of section, it's about like being able to travel and but also being about having kind of the spiritual and connection to the land and like community reflected in the building of those roads and bridges and that kind of thing. So I think having our identity reflected into that is integral, is very, very important. Also, it being sustainable, environmentally sustainable for the future generations. So pretty much the same kind of thing. We are a part of a global community is one thing I want to point out, that we want to advocate towards sustainable development. And to do this, I saw in the plan, kaitiakitanga was mentioned, which is kind of defined as the vitality that communities and individuals have. So I would say, and how we can express our arts, culture, heritage into the actual like building of infrastructure, which will increase our well-being as well, should be considered as much so as it being economically viable. So people who identify as Māori or who have a certain affiliation to a certain land, like with if a bridge is being built and there's water underneath it and the wire is, like that, then they should be at the center of it as well. They should be considered as well. I think in terms of, so I'm just going to go through like the 3 sections I wrote about was roads, bridges, and then like the rates increase. So I guess I've already touched on it a little bit, but in terms of roads, I guess in my submission, I kind of talked a lot about how we can not only build roads for safety, but build roads for sustainability alongside that. So things like having sustainable transport and opportunities to walk or to bike or to travel in other ways, so that the roads can actually be sustained for longer. If there's less vehicles on the roads, that means that they're going to last longer, and that they'll be able to be maintained in that way. So I guess, in my opinion, roads should be fixed not because of safety, but also not just to increase transport, but because in the future we might not be able to tell, but the road quality will increase as well over time. If there's less vehicles on the road, if there's more sustainable transport, if there's more kind of carpooling and like shuttles and that kind of thing, that means that it will be sustainable, more sustainable. So that's more like roads. In terms of bridges, a similar approach would be made, but just about the values-based approach to bridges. So it's very important to me, like actually doing that. And the final one is about rates. I would say, especially from the youth perspective, in increasing rates, there will always be people who are financially impacted by that, whether they have disabilities or illnesses, or whether they just cannot get the full use, or they just don't use the bridges and roads as much. So I guess just thinking about those people who are in lower kind of in positions of disadvantage and centering their perspectives as well going forward. I hope that kind of made sense. But that's kind of all I have to say.
Thank you. Did well. Is there any questions of Gemma? Councillor Owen.
Kia ora, thank you, Gemma. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I was just interested a little bit more about what your vision for sustainable transport is. So you just touched on walking and biking and carpooling and shuttles. So Southland District Council doesn't typically have any public transport like a lot of other councils might offer public transport. So do you have any specific thoughts on where you see council's role is in your vision for sustainable transport?
I would say I've mentioned a lot of ideas in my submission, like there's a lot of different ideas that I've come up with, but in terms of actually being able to do them is another question, because it's kind of completely new to the district and there's not a lot of foundations there, so we've got to create those. I would say that especially like starting off with things that are more tangible. So for example, if we have like shuttles or kind of more sustainable like carpooling opportunities for people to like travel in to like Invercargill, for example, from like where I'm from, like Naikab. So like in doing that and offering that service to people will mean that like starting from there won't be so difficult. And then once you kind of inform the people that there is kind of like, I guess, educate people, first of all, like, why are we doing it? Like, why is sustainable transport alongside like increasing the quality of the roads will be good for the future? So doing that, but also, so like there's a balance between education, creating like more tangible things like shuttles and things, which might be more accessible. If we were to make a program for sustainable transport, in terms of like having like buses and that kind of thing, I know that the district does have quite a lot of emphasis sometimes, in my opinion, on like transporting materials and that kind of thing. So I guess one option that I would do is don't tell people to replace their vehicles with electric vehicles necessarily, but invest in biofuels to replace like petrol, for example, and diesel. So that would give people like a more tangible option first. And then when we get into actually, I guess, changing the system, like having buses and that kind of thing, that will be a more long-term plan, but putting small steps towards that, if that makes sense. Like if we have, I mean, I don't really have any specific ideas about like what you could actually do, like if you could have buses or if you could have like trains, like I'm not really sure, because I don't know like about the economic viability of that and how like plausible it is in my own kind of lack of knowledge in that area, but like financial area. But I think if there's just some like framework put in place to actually work towards that big goal of having it, if that kind of makes sense. Yeah. It's a hard one to answer for me because I'm not really sure exactly what type of, if trains will be good or buses. It's about talking to the people and seeing, and youth especially, because
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Yeah. Thank you, Gemma. You use the word sustainable a lot, and could you, for clarification, just explain to me what you mean by why don't we build more sustainable bridges?
Yeah. So when I say sustainable, you can think of that as being like more environmentally friendly as like the obvious definition, but that's not really necessarily exactly what I mean, although it is part of it. So I would say in terms of defining like sustainability, it's about progress over time, like so it's kind of like you can make goals that have indicators towards sustainable development. So like one of those indicators might be to be more eco-friendly or like decrease carbon or that kind of thing. Could be something towards that. Another thing could actually be in terms of well-being, like be allowing the structures to reflect the people. So I guess more so about bridges for me is, if I was to find bridges in terms of sustainable development, I would say if we integrate like the people and our values as an indicator towards sustainable development, that means that it's better like in integrating like our culture and our identity into the bridges. So for example, having local like ideas on designs or that kind of thing, more so than just like the environmental sustainability side of it. It's both things. Did you mean about the environmental side of it?
No, I was really asking what you were meaning. Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's not for me to say. It's to ask the question. Yes. What is a sustainable bridge? Sustainable to me is something that is enduring, lasts a long time. But
yes.
Is that what you were meaning?
Yes, that is what I mean. So, so it can last a long time, but also with the increasing demand of like population growth or people on the roads or amount of vehicles on the roads, if we are to make it last even longer than if we like use the road we have now as a model, the amount of people we have now as a model, for example, if in the future we might pose is going to be more people maybe, then you can actually decrease like the amount of time, like you can increase the life of the bridge by having less vehicles on the road, for example, because it's less like pressure on it, there's less vehicles on it, like directly. Yeah. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Gemma? Thank you, Gemma. You are the future. You and all those around your age. So thank you for your submission.
Thank you very much.
Keep doing it, and then maybe come and sit around this table in a few years' time and make some of those decisions, because they are tough, but we are making decisions not only for us grey ones around here, but the young ones coming forward. So I really appreciate your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about the grey. Just trying to think of another word than grey, Gemma, but anyway. Okay. All right, so the next submitter is submitter 234, Imelda Southland. You right there, Imelda?
Mm.
So Imelda's on 234.
I think.
Imelda, how are you?
I'm Imelda Sutherland and I live at 56 Half Mile Road to Atapri. My property is valued at $285,000 currently. I've had a number of people say to me that the rates are set on the value of the property. My rates I would have paid in the current year was $2,641.42. My Uncle Alan's property in Tauranga is valued at $765,000 and he pays $169 more than me. And yet his value is almost 3 times as much as mine. When I put a snapshot of the possible rise of $492 for my next year of rates, I had people all over New Zealand contact me, including another family member from the Waikato, and he Douglas Faulkner is his name. He lives at 94 St. James Drive. His valuation is old, but he could not believe that I was already paying $2,641.42. He pays less for that, and he's had a real estate agent through recently, and his property is valued at $1.1 million. His last paper value was $720,000. So when it appeared, I didn't realise about the long-term plan, and then I only had 6 days to look through. I only looked through the 33-page document, but I have had a number of people come to me whenever they do a newspaper article onto Atapri. They go to like Mrs. Narita Dixon. They don't go to 94-year-old Drew living in the community flats. From 2017, I spent 3 years trying to raise money to put 4 heat pumps in the community flats for the ones that couldn't afford them. The 4 that were built in 1978 have never been updated. 82 metres square. And although every one of them are grateful for a home, I didn't achieve a thing. I wasted time. Then a lady arrived from Australia and said, oh, you'll never get anywhere with that. You're too good. You need a bit of mongrel about you and you need to get the paper involved. I'm a background person. I would never do that. But she is willing to do that. So the long-term planning shouldn't just be about roads and bridges and, well, footpaths. I may as well get a refund. I'll never use a footpath again into a Tapri. In 2015, I think it is, I put in a submission about green waste products because I was having trouble, like a lot of people. I've got a big garden tunnel house area. Nothing has been solved with that, and people are still dumping their stuff under bridges, on the side of the roads. I almost didn't want to follow up on this today because I thought, well, am I wasting my time again? But if somebody doesn't speak out about the massive increase that you guys are hoping to achieve, you know, when I was brought up, you only spent what you earned, which I wrote in my submission. You didn't dream up what all you needed to do or wanted to do, the, you know, wants versus needs, and just increase the rates. I've never been on a benefit. I'm 59. I qualify for nothing. They won't even give me a disability allowance because it's mean tested, and I have a property worth $285,000. The other facilities we've lost in Tuatapere, no doctor, no bank, is only some of them. Riverton has recently lost their ambulance service. I probably wouldn't still be living in Tuatapere, you know, had I had the money. I was in a very fortunate position that I was able to buy a house after a marriage breakup. But I have burnt through the money, the capital, over-capitalised on a place. If I was to sell it, I haven't got enough to buy anywhere near as good a home as what I already own. This rates or possible rates increase, $492 in one hit. Wow, I don't know where I'm going to get that. One comment that was made was that Tuatapere comes off as a poor relation to a lot of other towns. It does seem to be a valid comment. And for your long-term planning, I think that you do need to plan for all areas of Southland, not just Te Anau or the ones that seem to be better off. And I would still like to see a green waste facility somewhere. Thank you. Oh, and thank you that I do qualify for the rates rebate, which is really great.
Cool. Thanks, Melda. Are there any questions of the Melda? Okay, there don't seem to be any questions. So thank you for your submission and thank you for coming in from Tuatapere to do that. Okay, next submitter is submitter number 138, Christine Henderson. Christine.
You needn't panic, I've only confined my submission to 2 pages,
And you're good.
Your Worship,
I need to apologise.
with accompanying documentation. I better get some water before I start. Having listened intently to the previous speakers, I think my submission has been validated on a number of levels. And before I speak to my submission, I suggest that the council has been gazumped by 2 recent decisions by the government, one on health reform and one on local council reform. And I've also, since I wrote that, spoken to my transport submission, NZTA and councillors, Environment Southland. So that young lady up there talked about trains. I mentioned passenger train service from Invercargill to Christchurch being reinstated. So on a whole lot of fronts, we're actually, I don't know, finally getting the message through to government that you can't make decisions. And you may find this difficult to believe, but I can actually remember reading in the paper the day, the government of the day, who shall remain anonymous, decided in their wisdom that they would give all the responsibility for infrastructure, water, roads, the whole bit, to councils without funding. Now, having done that, 30 years on, we have reaped the whirlwind of poor decision making. And as you note in my first 2 comments about roads and bridges, they make the decisions, given the lobbying by the transport people, ex-MP of Nationals, Tony Friedlander being one of the key people there. We now have the juggernauts, which when I was in Britain, were wreaking havoc on small villages and towns because they simply weren't built to take these juggernauts and were being wrecked. So here we have it now that 30 years later, we have roads that are so rubbishy that the local NZTA people in Invercargill said that they're in such parlous state that we should really only be travelling at 80 k's. Now, that was at a meeting in Lumsden. And so that's when I read the comment by NZTA about our road user charges, keeping our roads in such good state. I laughed hollowly because, of course, obviously we're not getting the funding, just as we're not getting the funding for health. And that's why we've had the Auditor General from the years 14 and 15 saying, because we're a small province, a large province with a small population, and the funding is population based, this is why we are finding that our health outcomes are not being addressed. And we all know the history of maternity hospitals and bowel cancer victims and all these other things happening in the last few years, simply because Treasury decided in its wisdom that health funding would have to be repaid by the DHBs at 10%, not inflation indexed, and that it was population based. And as the Auditor General pointed out in her report, that's inequitable, and it should be, as she alluded to, population plus need. And that's the same here. And I don't know whether you've actually checked this out since I wrote this, but have you any update on whether we have our 30% of our road user charges funding have been returned to us, seeing that the roads of national ... importance didn't come to anything? Have we had them returned yet, or are they still siphoning them off? That's something I'd really like you to investigate, because if that is so, that explains the state, at least one explanation of the state of our roads. The other thing, post-COVID, I think that the remit is steady as she goes rather than looking at rates increases. Because, as Nigel and others have alluded to, and the lady, the last speaker, they're simply unaffordable. And if the government gets it right, bless their cotton socks, and we start getting properly funded for strategic resources such as roads and bridges, you laugh hollowly, Eagle, but we have to hope, then we shouldn't have to have the burden of roads and bridges, because they are part of that strategic national network, as is health, of course. So I would like the council to consider very carefully, steady as she goes, just for 1 year, until the government sorts itself out and we have had a chance to be properly consulted about the future of councils and funding for infrastructure, including water, the three waters, all that sort of stuff. It's all either it's up in the air or in the melting pot, but it's a time of turmoil. And I would like to think that people are able to plan their lives for this year, get vaccinated, get things sorted out in their private lives, get their businesses back on track, with or without the Aussies, bless their cotton socks, and just look at more self-sufficiency, because I think business as usual post-COVID is not an option, as many people have suggested, and I agree with them. Taken also into account climate change and the things we have to think about with our local bodies and in our personal lives. And I think this is a time of reflection and real consultation with the communities, even to the extent of whether communities want their playgrounds upgraded and all these sorts of things. Ask the communities what their priorities are. Certainly the footpaths in some places will be a priority to make it easy for people to get around. And there are lots of other issues, not least road safety, that we need a year of proper consultation about and thinking of the way of the future. And then at that stage, after September, when everyone's got a piece of paper to look at about the future of councils, we can truly think about what councils will do. And believe me, once you've got rid of the roads and bridges to a national entity with consultation with you, you have heaps of things to do. I wrote a small list, and the more I thought about it, the more I thought perhaps you don't really realise what you're letting yourselves in for. But you can certainly be assured that out here in the hinterland, there are lots of issues that the council could certainly set their minds to, which don't involve roads and bridges. And so that's where the community consultation, meaningful community consultation, has to come in. So the other thing is, as you noted, my first sentence on anything else, how to sequester carbon. And having listened to the previous submitter talking about special natural areas, it's a national biodiversity strategy initiative. It's on behalf of the nation that landowners are being asked to look after their special natural areas. Therefore, it is incumbent on the nation to finance the fencing and all the other protective measures that should come with those requirements. The good news is they should then be rewarded with carbon credits, because they're sequestering carbon through their wetlands and their native areas, their tussock and riparian margins. And the council could actually give them some rates of emissions on those pieces of land that don't actually need library charges or water rates or things like that. The inmates of those natural areas can get on very well without sewage charges and all these other things, because they don't have to rely on them. And this means that private property rights are not being eroded, because they still belong to the people there, but they also get positive responses from us. And I don't know if I put it in my original submission, but I noted that native cover also protects upper catchments, wetlands, tussock, riparian and coastal margins, enhances ecosystem health of our waters, and protects our original landscapes, which the council are going through at the moment in terms of landscape assessments. So if you give them rates remission on those SNAs, you'll get lots of brownie points. And if the nation as a whole recognises what the farmers and the landowners are doing on behalf of the nation, then that should sort out problems like fencing and pest control and those sorts of things. So it should be, everyone should gain, including our unique biodiversity. And the other thing is, I'm supported by Jim Bolt, who says local government operated on a pittance compared with central government, but had to deliver wide services. So I do feel vindicated in my original comments, which came before Jim Bolt's responses to the government initiatives to stir up and sort out local councils. And I'm sort of wearing my forest and bird hat. I think with the SNAs, a collaboration between, say, the council, DOC, ES and Forest and Bird and other groups, like the catchment groups, would be a really good way with farmers to work on that. Farmers are feeling a bit under siege at the moment, which they shouldn't, because they really are. We're looking after them so they have a future, and I speak as a farmer. But they do feel got at times, because on the one hand they say they're environmentalists, on the other side they say they're farmers, and it's a really difficult thing to bring together. But I think under these circumstances we can certainly make a huge difference to them and the positivity about the future if we can help them.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for your thoughts. Any questions? No questions?
I'm
Christine?
astounded,
Yeah.
Gary. That's either a good or bad thing.
They
I don't know.
They have been writing.
Time will tell.
They have been writing.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity for.
No, appreciate that.
to talk
Thank
through
you.
My submission. It only took me 15 days.
Sorry, Gary.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Duffy.
Just talking about the state of roads, etc.
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
Christine.
Yep.
Are you specifically meaning roads in general, or is it more state highways
Oh, well,
versus?
obviously the state highways are being pounded to death.
Yeah.
Gravel roads, I had to complain bitterly to get a bit of our road reinstated after the juggernauts had started to really putting the pressure on. But I look at what are now called colloquially the judder bars, where the fresh piece of steel be put over the old piece of steel, and you get that sharp interface. And there's one going down the Joseph that I'm particularly fond of. And when the NZTA guy comes to actually be on site to have a look at our concerns, I'm going to take him on a wee trip round in our car, which feels everything, and take him over some of these special places so that he knows exactly what we've been putting up with. But I think the telling thing is that Otago Southland have lost a lot of funding. I think have lost a lot of funding, and that explains to a lesser or greater degree why our funds, our roads are so awful. So it's definitely mainly the main highways. And I think it coincides also with the loss of passenger services through to Christchurch, because a lot of cars would go off the road if they could get onto the train, I believe.
Okay. We certainly lost 1% on the funding assistance rate, the fare
One.
rate. Yeah, but then we just had it back last year, so.
Yes.
Or 2 it might have been, sorry. Yeah. But
But
anyway,
see,
we lost 2.
two, and then
Yeah,
it's gone
but
up. 1.
NZTA having only giving you 51% of funding for that's just not on, because we're a big. Our agricultural sector produces 15% of the GDP of our country. That has to be recognised in the strategic resource that is our roading and bridges. Simple as that. I rest my case.
Very good. Okay, any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
So you did get a question, Christine. Okay, so the next submitter is submitter 126, Ms. Baker. Page 374. Thank you. The only problem with standing is you'll have to lift the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that all right? I can sit. I can sit.
Just you are being recorded and it's going out live.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Okay, I didn't know that. Firstly, I apologise for being late.
it's okay.
So, yes, thank you for letting me present today. I'd just firstly like to start out with some praise. The mowing around the Lime Hills War Memorial, I've got a photo here that I took just before Anzac Day. It's great, and I want to thank Council for getting contracted to regularly mow this. But I think the locals, and I've been in contact with a local just recently, really need praise for the work that they're doing out there, like spraying and trying to keep the War Memorial tidier, because that War Memorial is one of the oldest, 1916 in Southland, so it's a one to be very much treasured. Secondly, regarding rates increase, yeah, I feel for the lady from Tuatapere and a lot of other people. I know living in Nightcaps, I think I pay about $2,400 a year, and yeah, I think that's enough, and there should be no rates increase. There are current levels of service which, unfortunately, I feel are not good enough, and to be quite honest, why should people pay more when our rates are too high as it is? Thirdly, you'll see my submissions, it's quite a big submission with lots of different things in it. Yeah, I've put my petitions in with my submission, these on various things. I think there needs to be more fairness in your council, please, and that includes follow-up of dog control complaints and making sure that all rules under the Dog Control Act, Obligations of Dog Owners, Section 5, are implemented, please. You can see by the photos that are within my submission, I've provided, there's some wandering dogs in Nightcaps, a dog off lead when it should have been on lead, a dog in a playground at Otautau when it is importantly a no dogs area, a wandering dog in Mosbourne and Lisbon. There is definitely a dog control problem in Southland, and the council needs to please be more stern with dog owners who are breaking the law. And I see there are some signs at different places, some new signs which say infringements may apply. I think they need to apply, and I think you need to tell people more about how much they will be fined if their dog is off a lead in an on-lead area. ACC dog bite injuries, there's a statistics table in my submission. They're still high in New Zealand, with 12,406 dog bite injuries being recorded last year. The complaints about dog issues in the Southland District Council, your dog control report from 2020, show that there is a need for much improvement in dog control in the area, with 31 dog attacks, 201 barking dogs, 31 dogs rushing, and 151 wandering dogs reported. Now, I'm wearing my ancestors' medals today, and they fought for a better country. And I think that, please, there needs to be a better country as far as dog control goes. We all have different lifestyles, and we all need to enjoy them. And when dogs impact on our lifestyles, it's not fair. And Mr. Tong, one of the medals that I'm wearing today is a Special Constable's medal, which my grandfather had when he served in, he was a Special Constable in Bristol in World War II when it was bombed. So, and I'm also wearing my father's World War II original medals. So just those sort of things. I'm very passionate about seeing a better country, and they would be too, regarding dog control. Within my submission, I've also put in a letter from the Institute, New Zealand Institute of Animal Management, and they support my advocating for better dog control in New Zealand, and my petition. Now, I'd just briefly like to comment on a couple of other things. Council conduct. There is a code of conduct for representatives of the council, and I'd like to please ask that these be abided by and that you treat everyone fairly and do not side with one person. I do a lot of volunteer work in the area and have just presented at an RSA service for Anzac Day, and I'm very proud of what I do, and I do not like being put down by any person, and it should not be done in a regard to a council representative. So I'd also like to bring up, I've brought these along today. You've got, I do a lot of art, and I think you need to put something in your plans about the definition of art and the definition of signage, because you have not got a correct, you haven't got one. And art has words on it. Poetry is art. When you all sang, if you sang the national anthem on Anzac Day, Thomas Bracken wrote that as a poem. I think it was 1887, don't quote me on that, but poetry is an art form. Words on art, an art form. So in your plans about signage, you really do need a definition of art as opposed to signage, because it's different, please. And street art is important. I've got the Murruhiki Regional Arts Strategy here, which Mr. Duffy will know all about. And in it, it says there is potential for more engagement on street art. So just couple of other things I'd just like to say. There's a lot of bullying that goes on in Southland, in the old school areas, and I've been bullied myself, and it's not on, it's disrespectful to a war veteran's daughter. Everybody, as I said before, should be treated the same. Just because you are concerned about issues and people may not want to abide by rules, does not mean that you should be treated with disrespect and bullying tactics, especially when you live by yourself. So it's just, I just want to point that out, because we all need to be kind to each other, and we all need to realise that we're all contributing in a community, and we all are making a difference in some special way. And I really care about the things that I've mentioned, and there's a lot of other things in my submissions that you might be able to have read, but you'll see that I care, and I want this Southland is a lovely place, and it's got so many great things about it, and it's worth enhancing. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your submission. Are there any questions of the submitter, Ms. Baker? There don't appear to be any questions, but thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't believe there are any other submitters in this. Okay, so we'll take a break now until 3 o'clock, unfortunately, before the next submitters come. We're running a quarter of an hour ahead. Okay, so welcome everyone back to the afternoon session for our submissions into the long-term plan. There's no media here now, so I don't need to remind everyone that there may be photographs taken by the media, but just be aware of where the fire exits are and drop cover and hold in the event of an earthquake. Now, can everybody hear through the speakers down the back there? Okay, cool. So we just remind everyone just to speak into the microphone so that the folk out the back can hear us. All right, so the first submitted today is, this afternoon is submitter 184 Carol Elder. Carol, and the submitters, when you come forward, you'll be going to the seat there, just relax, take your time and be comfortable. Got that, Carol? Cool.
Bit nervous.
No, you're right. And just take your time, honestly. I'm not going to be speeding anyone out.
Hi, I hope all of you have fully read my submissions, and if you have any questions or queries, I'm happy to answer. I want to talk about the old dump and gravel pit area at Culloch Bay. It's now a wetlands. I did send a thing in for them to put up on the screen, which shows the wetlands is all that area in the middle with the gorse and stuff in there. This is a major environmental disaster waiting to happen. This area needs to be on the long-term plan and action needs to be taken now, not in 3 or 4 years after investigations. You need to put some protection there now. Not only the seabeds in Culloch Bay will be affected, but also Taihaka, Riverton, and could even affect the Aridi Beach and the oyster beds. Very hazardous chemicals and rubbish have been dumped in both areas over the years. When my mother was a child 80 plus years ago, she recalls, along with other older locals too, farmers taking old drums of poison, oil and fuel and rubbish along the foreshore road to that area, dropping them off in the old gravel pit area, as there wasn't a dump there yet. Where the old dump ended is not where the dumping started. Dumping was right beside the road, which started right at this end. So the gravel pit was mostly by the start of the road.
I think you've got control of the mouse there, Carol, if you want to.
Oh, God.
I'm not sure, but you might be able to move the wee hand, and can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yeah, I can, but I can't. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm not good with technology. So this area here, basically along here, was the railway gravel pit. Well, it was the majority, but the farmers used to come pull into the start here. They said right along that where the road is washed out. They pulled in there, dumped off their rubbish and grabbed like a bucket load of gravel to take with them. So this here, like the road here, is this the wash up part of it? Yeah, so it's got closer to that end where everyone's saying that it was dumped with the poisons, because the dump ended back over here, but it had started like the 80 odd years ago, right at the start, and moved in. So we're looking at, potentially back in those days, there was a lot of different poisons that you would never want in your ground now. Culloch Bay people have spoken to the majority of you councillors about these serious issues with the old dump area over the past 6 or 7 years. Please act now. Don't cost Southland the loss of all these seabeds. I have voiced my concerns with Ngāi Tahu. Also, have you thought about or allowed for the foreshore road along from the wetlands heading to Riverton when it gets washed out, which is the other end, down along here? Because this is where you come in, there's no washout there, and you drive up there into the wetlands. There's also a house right there. The only way to either of them is along the foreshore road from the other end. It will be very expensive to put in a new alternative road into the wetlands and to the house that is along that road. And please take on board what I have wrote in my submission about the famous surfing spot called Trees at the surface corner at Culloch Bay. well, I would hope that you all have taken on board everything I wrote in my submission. Please, no more spending on upgrading or new cycle tracks or walking tracks. Save that money and spend it where it's important, so it's not costing us ratepayers again. Councillors, you have so much money at your fingertips. Make sure you are doing right by your ratepayers, please. On a positive note, Riverton and surrounding districts are so lucky to have Megan Wilson and Janine Teitler working at the Southland District Council office in Riverton. They are so very helpful and efficient to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Are there any questions of Carol? Rob?
Thank you. Just a question. You said you approached Ngātahu about the dump site. What response did you get?
They've asked me to go and speak at the Rananga at Raka Aparima first, and if I'm not happy with what they've said, to come back to them. Yeah, because they're entrusted to look after those seabeds, Aparima Raka. So I have spoken to them before. They have written letters, but I have a feeling that they want to do something in Riverton, so they're not pushing that. But that's why I will speak to them at their meeting, and then I will go back to Ngātahu with what I feel is right. And I hope that they can come on board with you guys, Ngātahu.
I'd be keen to have an invite to that meeting, because what you have described there is different to what Ngātahu's view of where that supposed rubbish is. So I'd be quite keen to come.
Ngātahu or Oraka
Araka Aparima,
yeah,
sorry.
There's a difference.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
locally
definitely.
we've got a different view of where the rubbish may be, so I'd be quite keen.
Yeah, no, because all the, like, Stewie Dawson is 93 and he's lived all his life in Colac Bay, and that's where he's said it started there.
Okay.
And I remember as a kid, we used to go to the dump, and the dump was just in a bit further, and then it moved to the back.
That's correct, yeah. Okay, thank you. Be keen to be involved in that.
Yep, not a problem.
Councillor Douglas, Councillor Duffy.
Yeah, thank you for that. Are you aware of the types of chemicals that have been dumped there? Are you aware of any testing that's been done as to determine the type and the levels?
I think the Progress League, Colac Bay Progress League asked you to get a soil sample. I'm unsure what it come back at, but a lot of them that have, like Mayor Tong said, everyone thinks it's further back. So the dump, it was along there. So yes, they have poisons that they did state what they were at one of the meetings I went to, like the dangerous, what they used as not worse than Roundup and all those other ones that you used on your farm back 80 years ago that you never would dare have in your ground now. You know, you wouldn't want that in there. But yeah, off the top of my head, I can't quite remember what they were. But I'm sure that they have spoken to all yous before about it.
Thank you.
Councillor Duffy, Councillor Menzies.
Yes, Carol, I've been told that Environment Southland have had experts come and look at the erosion in the site. Is that true from your knowledge?
That Environment Southland has.
Yeah.
No, it was NIWA.
NIWA did a report.
Oh, NIWA did, okay.
But that was before it got that close. It was when the council closed their road. They put in a report to say what would be a good idea to do, which you chose not to do anything of their, what they put in their NIWA report. I don't know why, but yeah, you chose not to follow some of their examples.
Thank you.
Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Carol, for taking the time to be along here today. I think your comments illustrate the importance of our oral history and also the importance of recording that before it becomes too late.
Yes,
and
exactly.
I just wonder if that has occurred out there with the people that you've talked to and the comments that they have made, because it'd be great to have that in written form.
Yes, no, certainly we could probably do that. It's probably in one of our Colac Bay books that was written years ago too. I'm sure they've got all that information in there as well.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Carol? Thank you. Thank you for your submission. So next submitters, we're just going to move down the list to 133 to Paul Marshall and Andrew Hunt. They need to be away. So asked if Paul and Andrew come forward. Submitters 133. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora toto, ko Andrew Hunt, aho. My mountain is Tiaraha. My water is the Waiau, and I'd like to acknowledge the whenua of Ngā Tahu.
Kia ora. Ko Paul Marshall, aho. Aku rangatira, tēnā koutou. I too would like to acknowledge Ngā Tahu, ki Murihiku as mana whenua, and greetings to you, Mayor Tong, councillors and District Council staff, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. We're going to tag team this a little, and have I got control of this?
Yes, that mouse there.
Oh, cool.
I thought you were pointing at me.
I know the answer to that. Right, look, our purpose is really simple. The purpose of the trust is to reconnect our community to its awa. The sense of loss and grief in Tuatapere over the loss of the awa to hydro generation, with 95% of its water diverted elsewhere to power the West Arm power station, is palpable. And since control in 1969, the Tuatapere has been on a negative trajectory. 1972, there were 2,000 people living in our town, and now there are 508. And all the services that attach to population have followed that trajectory. So our trust was formed to address that. And what better way to do that than to build a cycleway? A cycleway that runs from Manapuri all the way down, following the awa, to the mouth at Te Waiwai Bay. It's a huge undertaking. It's 100 kilometres long and involves a huge number of stakeholders. There are 37 private landowners, and we've got verbal undertakings of support from 34 of them. 3 major corporates, and astounding level of support from them. And most important, we have written support from Oraka, Aparima, Runaka, who see the access that such a cycleway would afford as actually tying into the statutory acknowledgement that they hold over the Waiau, to particularly in terms of access to Mahinga Kai. Andrew, would you like to speak about our friends at the Department of Conservation?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So just very briefly, this project has it started about a year ago, and it is basically formed from a group from Tuatapere who had this idea, and it is very much a groundswell support from Tuatapere. It's not someone coming in and imposing anything, so it is actually a genuine request. As you can imagine, there is a number of issues with dealing with Department of Conservation, and we have made a submission to the Southland Conservation Board. We've also been talking with Lou Sanson as well, and also the minister as well. So we're progressing those conversations, and as you can be aware of a large project like this, it is all about lining up your ducks and making sure that everyone is fully aware of what's happening, gaining support, and then moving forward once everyone is fully engaged and understands and is accepting of where we are. So we're talking through with the Department of Conservation and also on one of their lead teams about having some changes within the legal system around that as well, about access to conservation land, and along with Lake Taupo or Taupo bike trail, which is a newly formed bike trail up there. We're one of two that's actually helping go through that process with DOC. We are seeking $100,000. However, we would like the SDC to contribute 50% of that. And the other 50% we would be going to some of the corporate stakeholders that would be involved with this. There is a part of it which is also riparian planting and mitigating for environmental nutrient loss with farmers. So there is an environmental benefit for a lot of farmers. So we're hoping that sort of the likes of Alliance and some of the processors could also be on board. We really hope that our submission is falling on really favourable ears, and that you look at this as a very, very long-term jewel in the crown for Western Southland. Paul, would you like to?
Thanks, Andrew. Mayor Tong, we are acutely aware of the financial position that the council finds itself in. And I can only imagine how unpalatable the prospect of a significant rates rise is to you and your council. It seems like another lifetime ago that I worked in the Treasury, and in that time we had periodic 3% cuts, which actually meant slashing programs. Doesn't sound like much, but it was usually people that ended up getting cut. And it's really tempting to focus on the now, to slash everything except essential expenditure. But if I might be so bold as to remind you that your focus here is on Aotearoa's long-term plan. It's our long-term future. And so what we have presented to you and what's in the supporting papers is actually our trust's vision of just such a long-term project. It'll take us 5, maybe 7 years to get it built, but it will be a legacy project, and it will strengthen the whole of Western Southland. It will connect Te Anau, the 3 great walks, to Tuatapere. By any measure you choose, Tuatapere is on that negative long-term trajectory, and this project will help to reverse that. It will help lift our deprived community above the line into a space where our people can be creative and innovative, have some fun, and be prosperous as well. All we need is for $50,000 of seeding capital to come from the council, and we'll be away. We can do the rest, but we need your support. Kia ora. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Ford.
Yes, I believe that the river arrangements had, when Manapori the tail race was done, that Meridian had some support for the communities along the way. Now, is that correct? And have you been leaning on them?
So, yes, there were various trusts established. Ngaitahu benefited. There was the Waiau Fisheries and Habitat Enhancement Trust and the Tuatapere Amenities Trust. Yeah. And so the short answer is no. We haven't approached the Tuatapere Amenities Trust.
Right. Well, yes, there's a continuous supply of water, so there should be a continuous supply of money, I would expect.
Amen to that, and I'd be happy to forward your suggestion as coming from the council to our friends at Meridian.
More than happy to put my name on it.
I'd like to add also that we will be knocking at the door of Meridian, and we hope once the scoping project and the $100,000 scoping project is completed, that they will be the first door that we will be knocking on, and we do hope that they'll be on board and actually deliver most of the capital required, most of the funding required.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Menzies.
Thank you again for taking the time to be here today. Just wondered about, not expecting a long answer, but just the process of taking the community of Tuatapere and others involved along with you. How have you got on with that?
So it's been a long process, but we've consulted face to face or by phone every landowner affected, and that has extended the entire length of the Waiau, not just around Tuatapere. The notion, the concept of this plan was first mooted publicly at the Waiau River Care Group's annual general meeting last year, and was enthusiastically endorsed. And as we move forward, there'll be a series of public meetings.
Thank you. That's what I was wanting to hear, just about how the community of Tuatapere and others are hearing, and see that you've done a lot of work.
I should also add that the West, West and Southland Trails Trust's membership is broad, and so we have representation from the Tuatapere District Promotions. Blaine De Vries is on it. He sits with the community board, and a range of both town folk and others.
Thank you. I know it's this is the second go at this, because 1990 I was involved in some discussions way back then, and the stumbling block was the National Park Plan, or which you've noted in your submission. Councillor Douglas.
No, thank you. So who owns the land over which this trail is being constructed? Is it a mixture of public, private, farmers, DOC?
Yeah. So SDC. We should actually acknowledge that there's an entity called the Southland District Council, which actually owns some land around, particularly Tuatapere, south of Half Mile around the sewage treatment plant, and north of the Half Mile around the Tuatapere domain and beyond, that we will require access to. So yes, it's a mixture. The proximity to a private boundary, oftentimes there's a paper road, but that's actually not something that we want to access as of right. We want to carry the landowners with us as a real opportunity for them, and so where we are accessing riparian strips, as part of, that's managed as part of the conservation estate. So it's critically important that we get access in terms of the conservation management strategy for Murihiku Southland. And at the moment, as noted in our supporting papers, that strategy document does not allow for a trail, and so it's not permitted. So the work that Andrew alluded to with the National Working Party that West and by Taupō are involved with the Department of Conservation in, is allowing a change to the Conservation General Policy, which will allow nationwide access for cycles through the conservation estate, except where they are explicitly prohibited. And that is a 180-degree switch. So we've already had a measure of success, and we're looking forward to much more.
Good luck.
Thank you. Don't appear to be any other questions, so thank you for your submission. Thank you. Next submitter is Stu McKnight. Oh, okay. Next submitter then 118 Ross Shaw. Thank you, Ross.
Okay, everybody can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm Ross Shaw, and I'm here regarding a short road beside the Iron Bridge, about 2 kilometres west of Wallasdown, on the Wallasdown Riverton Highway. And this road is used by many groups to get to the river, namely families going swimming, schools for kayaking, fishing, and many other activities. And I know many people have been in contact with the Southland District Council and other councils regarding the state of the road. It is all potholes with large pools of water lying there, and now it's virtually impossible for a small car to get along it. So surely it is not too much to ask for a grader to tidy this road up from time to time. I'm not saying it needs drainage ditches or water tables, just a grader from time to time. At the moment, the road is a total disgrace, and I hope that the condition of this road means it will not be closed like many of Southland District Council roads and bridges around the province. So that, have we got any questions there?
Any questions, councillors? I know the track or the road you refer to, and it's been like that for decades, hasn't it?
A long time. In fact, if you have a look at it today, you'd actually get a boat along it easier than a car.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. I just don't know whose responsibility it is, but it's well worth tracking down, so to speak.
Is that parallel to the highway?
Correct.
Yeah.
Where the kayakers go. Kayakers go down there and fish, and people go fishing. And, yeah. Okay, your submission's noted, and there don't appear to be any questions.
Okay, that's good. And one comment regarding an earlier speaker regarding the toxic chemicals in the dump out at Colac Bay. I'm not surprised, because in the 1960s and 1970s, look at all the dieldrin dumps all around Southland. And don't forget about the Agent Orange that was brought back from Vietnam and relabeled Tordon brush killer. We made a lot of mistakes in that.
Absolutely do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And good stuff that taught on.
So okay, Russell McPherson, submitter 197. Russell. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Tong. Good afternoon, all councillors. Yes, you probably read my submission. I'm a 5th generation Southlander, and my family's going to stay here for a long time. We're pretty preoccupied actually. But it's frustration is to see the decline of our roading network, especially our bridges. And you see in my submission that I don't want a rate rise. We've had above inflation rate rises for a generation. And I always wonder what you spend to do with that money. I know there's central government has a fair bit of influence on what you need to spend and how you need to spend, but it's time to say no, enough's enough. But in my submission, I talked about how there's about 5,000 kilometres of unformed roads in Southland. In fact, in partnership with an equity partner, I farm a farm that has up to 20 hectares of unformed road. Now, I'm not saying all unformed roads could be actually up for sale, but actually a lot of them could be sold and could generate a fair bit of money. 10,000 hectares roughly is available. Even if you conservatively say that they're worth $2,000 a hectare, there's $20 million there. Not only gives you a capital base to do what you need to do in our community to rebuild our roads and bridges, that land then actually is now in private ownership, and now there's rates struck on that land as well. So it's a win-win situation. You get some capital, and you get some revenue on a yearly basis. And personally, I would sooner have ownership of that land that I have the use of now becomes part of our farm freehold area. I'm not saying all roads that are informed are suitable for sale, but there will be a lot. And also in my submission, I talked about the council has to go back to the old-fashioned way where you own the people, you own the trucks that do the maintenance on our roads. I've seen in the last 30 years, I've farmed since 1987. I bought a farm at 23, and I'm still involved in farms. But I've watched and seen how our services are deteriorated in the last 20 odd years since we've had outside contractors. And the last example I can think of is just the other day, about a month ago, that I was going down to my daughter and son-in-law's farm, which I'm in partnership at Pahi, where a contractor was there cleaning out a culvert they had blocked. Now, he had been sent along by a council employee, but there was culverts blocked all up that road, and I said to him, why don't you unblock these here while you're here? And he said, I haven't been told to, and I'm not going to do it. Now, I in fact bullied him to clean out another culvert was just 10 metres away. But this carry-on costs you money. There's plenty of money actually in the pot. You're just got to be smarter about it and how you do it. And what we're really missing as a community is that the old-fashioned grader driver that would go up and down that road, he would know that road like his backyard. He would know that the culverts was blocked. He would know when to do it and how to do it. And it really frustrates me as a ratepayer to see that money wasted. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Any questions of councillors? Councillor Kramer.
Yeah, thank you. Not so much a question, but possibly more of a comment. Take on board your submissions and certainly appreciate that. With regards to the grading of the gravel roads and also with the culverts, we have within council what we call a joint alliance committee, and that is of a number of contractors in council. And we've been working with them to identify how best we can service those particular areas and where we can gain efficiencies and get more effective on exactly what you're talking about. So now when we're going down the roads, they also look at the culverts as well, so that they inspect those so we can get a better understanding of our culverts. So that is progressing, and it's possibly in response to some of the comments you've made as well, that we've heard that from others as well, that we need to get a better understanding of those culverts as well.
Yeah.
So there is work being done on that.
See, the one thing that very frustrates me is the landowners that I'm into farm drainage and I like to see good outlets and
sure.
and it's a win-win situation for everybody. In fact, throughout my farming career, when I've been taking a tile up to the roadside, I always dig through the road and put it into the road. And honestly, when I used to ring the engineer to get a load of gravel, it was like, oh, you know, I thought it was $1 million I was asking for. But in fact, I was trying to help the council, and yet I was being hindered. And that's frustrating. And at the moment, we've got culverts that need to be lowered to give us outlet, but also help the road. We've got a culvert that an engineer's looked at and is actually going to collapse. Now, this is, we're trying to actually help you save some money.
I acknowledge.
And we need to go back where I actually, about 25 years ago, asked the council to deepen a culvert through a tar sealed road at Centre Bush. And in fact, they asked me, who are you going to use? And I said, it was a well-known local contractor. And he said, he's fine, you do the work, we'll supply the gravel, you thump it down. And the cost to me was very minimal, cost to the council was very minimal. Yet 25 years later, I did the same thing further up the road. It was a $10,000 bill to me. Now, I don't consider that progress. I consider that's hindrance, actually. And we've got to grow up, actually. And the same thing here is that Pahi, a very good contractor, very well-known contractor, does a really good job. He could whip those culverts out in no time, put it back in again, through a gravel road, and it could be dealt with. But no, you'd have to go through the process of getting the proper contractor. See, we've lost that ability to trust everybody, trust each other, and actually have a good outcomes for everybody. We're not going to make a rough job. The contractor's not going to do a rough job. You've got to be smarter. There's plenty of money. They've got to be smarter about it.
Thanks, Russell. Any further questions, Councillor Byers?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Russell, for your submission. Just to clarify, you were suggesting that the grader driver was part of the council as opposed to a contractor to the council?
Absolutely. Like I'm not going to harp on it, but just my relationship one time with the grader driver at Centre Bush, I was wanting to put a pipe up to a roadside, and he was working for the council at the time, and he was really helpful because he wanted a good outcome for that road, good outcome for the ratepayer. And he took pride in his job. He took pride in that he was great at that road. He had a better outcome. We've got no pride now. It's just a job to those people. And we need to go back to that old-fashioned grader driver who takes ownership of the road, looks after it, sees what needs to be done, and also have a relationship with those landowners. That's what we've got to go back to. It's not working. Just remember, those people who supply our services, there's a profit motive in there as well.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments in regards to the paper roads. We're well aware of that. And yeah. Okay, thanks for your submission.
Thank you.
Dennis. Okay, submitted 200, Dennis and Nairi Bartley, I think. Dennis. Thank you, Dennis.
Some water first.
Just in your own time, no worries.
Did you get a copy? Yeah, oh, okay, sorry. I was late getting my report in, so it's there anyway. So
yep.
I also did a copy for everybody, just in case.
Awesome, thank you, appreciate that.
Okay. By the way, I'm Dennis Bartley, a 7-year resident of Riverton. A retired mechanical engineer in the fossil fuel industry for 30 years, and a retired Anglican priest, 30 years in church services and basically in social justice and care of creation. And I think that's, thank you very much for the opportunity for being able to talk to my submission today. I'll look at it now. Last Sunday, I preached the Anzac service in the evening, and the sentence for the day was, "For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven." And that's from Ecclesiastes, and things were difficult in those days as well. And what I was thinking of was the time is Kairos time, which is the right time. You do something at the right time. And then there's clock time at saying, well, I'm going to do this now. And I think you people have the choice to which one do you do, for the right time, or spending money on roads or whatever, or you leave it till a later time. That's the right time. Now, that's the wrong time. But generally, I'd like to say that it's excellent that well-being is considered in the long-term plan, and I was looking for that. I think well-being is a very important, listening to all the submissions that have already been said, that well-being is a very important, of the well-being of people, the well-being of communities, the well-being of the whole council. But I'm sure I looked the information from well-being, and you've probably all seen it here, but I found difficulty reading what was underneath the well-being and what it was. And it was a general, when I got to using the magnifying glass, I got to see that it was general statements, really. And I guess, I don't know who did it, but who did the graphics.
The graphics.
Graphics and the information of how they came up with it. But I think it needs much more attention, particularly to measuring well-being in communities. And we've heard all the stories today. I would recommend that the Southland District Council study well-being economic capabilities, which is a New Zealand paper that's been written by Paul Dalziel, is a professor at agri-research and economics at Lincoln University. I'll just quickly show. It's fairly new. Well-being economics, the capabilities approach to prosperity. So it's, instead of looking at GDP, we're looking at well-being. And I think that's the thing that we all need to do, and hearing the stories today. And there's another one called Wellbeing Economic Policy Design Guide, which I think the government are working with. This was produced just last week. So it's an international, and New Zealand is one of the original people involved in wellbeing, the Wellbeing Economic Alliance, which is New Zealand, Scotland, Wales, and Iceland. And now there's others coming in. So I don't know if anybody has any involvement in that, but it's a fairly new area in which we work in. I found it quite interesting. I haven't read it all yet, but I'm working on it. Just as I said, the wellbeing symbols and notes in the infrastructure strategy are very general, I thought. And culture and environment, I counted how many points or how many thirds were put, and I found out that culture and environment have the least influence. So whether it's influence from a positive point of view or a negative point of view, so I think that needs, I would recommend that you look at these sort of things and see what you can do. As I looked at the document that was prepared, wherever we are, yeah, your document, it's time, Southland Warahiki. I looked at the costs and what with the amount of costs, and if you look at transport, which is roads and bridges, is 714.7 million for 10 years, which is a lot of money. It's the highest amount that you're looking at expending, and that's capital and revenue. Is it not revenue?
Maintenance.
Operation, yeah. And community resources was 239.8 million for 10 years. So that's almost $1 billion that you're spending on roads and community resources. Obviously, they vary, but I think the airport was mentioned at Tiano and sort of questioned. And SDC ratepayers will need to pay for this. So the question is, the increase in rates that you're proposing. But as I say now, increasing rates will affect the well-being of Southlanders, and suggest that SDC study what the future source of transport. I think looking at transport, what's the future source of transport energy which we'll be using for the future. So 10 years, oil and gas in Taranaki is likely to be decreasing considerably. We're not drilling off the offshore now here in the Great South Basin, so we're going to be importing oil and gas from overseas. So what will the transport energy be? Will we continue to be using cars with petrol and diesel, or what will we be using in the future as source of labor there? Will it be electric cars? What hydro would we make? What wind? What solar waves? What hydrogen? Or what fossil fuels we'll be using in the future? And I'm not sure there's been a study done of that in terms of where we'll be going for the future. In order to determine then, so once we've done that study on the transport, we'll be able to then determine whether rail will be a main transport for projects in Southland. We were talking about roads before. Will the rail be back, and will that be more economic and less costly? Obviously, there'll be a cost to install it and things, reinstall it. But then, what will be, which is the best and where we're going to be for the future? Because my own view from my experience in the oil industry is that, we won't be using petrol cars, and the amount of cars that we'll be using, maybe we have to go back to a simpler way of living, but we can still, I think after COVID-19, we've learned to be a bit more discerning in terms of the things that we do and what we can do for the future. It's quite interesting that I noted that the consultation document emphasizes present roading and bridges situation. So it seems to me that a lot of it is to do with the roading and bridges, and the questions that you've asked was to answer for you. And but it advertises construction companies, and if you look at it, and I'm a little bit cynical in some ways, but what you say, it's there. I think Downers and Fulton Hogan get mentioned quite a bit, and I think the gentleman who spoke before was talking about the local people doing it, and so what we've gone is it's gone bigger, and therefore we've lost the sense of community that goes on. And I know that sealing of roads come from fossil fuels, so it's not just petrol and things. But I commend Southland District Council for including well-being in their first long-term plan since the Local Wellbeing Government Act of 2018. So I think that that we've started, and what you hear on the internet these days is people talking about New Zealand and local councils looking at well-being and seeing that. So there's New Zealand some ways leading the way, and hopefully Southland can be part of that. The other thing I put up, if I could turn this one just on, I think I gave a presentation 2 years ago, 2018, when you were looking at soda and the things. And I put up the thing that companies are about money and profit, and I think we've just said that about roads, yeah? Whereas communities are about caring for people. And one of the sodas, the second priority for it was the GDP, increasing GDP and 10,000 more people. So it really is, from my view, it's based on making money and profit. And we've now got our own CCO, a limited company there. CCO, a limited company. I put soda there and Venture Southland's gone by the way. So it's now Great South, and it's basically about money and profit, in my view. I'd be happy to debate on that. Yeah. And it's a business-driven, council-controlled organisation as a limited company. So there is reasons for, they can get away with a bit. I'll put it that way. And they, as I said, by their fruits they are known. Dross uvea from TY, burning of coal by Fonterra, Flax massacre, poisoning, transformer oil spill, polluted rivers and estuaries, herbicide tolerant Swedes poisoning animals, M. bovis disease, industrial farming, road deterioration by milk tankers and wood trunks. And that sounds a bit negative, but you are doing the well-being as part of it. And I think we need to keep working on that. I'll just show you the other one. And this is fairly new. That's why I was late writing. Community is about life and love. And originally I put the corner, which is community, heart, health, healing and harmony of regional development agencies. So out of the profit side, the business side, you've also got the human side, the cultural side, the environmental side. And I just came up with, instead of corner, I was thinking about Riverton and our surrounding areas, and I came up with We All is the Wellbeing Economic Alliance. And I thought, well, we could have one in Riverton, and we could be We Are, yeah, We Are, there's I Am, and then there's We Are together. And We Are is Wellbeing Economics for Aparima, Riverton environs. And I'm sure Mayor Gary and Councillors Karen and Dawn would be willing to help in that sort of situation. So that's my thoughts, that we need to be working more with well-being and developing that side of it along with what you're already doing. Thank you.
Fair bit there, Dennis. Okay, any questions for Dennis? There's a fair bit there. Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Dennis, for sharing your thoughts and submitting today. We've had a lot of thought around the roads and the cost of maintaining the roads and trucks getting heavier and their effect on the roads. We have a lot of logging trucks moving down through our region, but we've also got a rail line that goes to Ojai. In your opinion, do you think there's an opportunity to get logs onto the rail up in the centre of the province and perhaps get the trucks off the roads a wee bit earlier?
Okay. Well, I think in terms of tankers as well, milk tankers and what the rail that used to run through Riverton to Atapri and beyond. I don't know what the cost would be, and I have no idea the cost of reinstalling it, but I think it would help the number of roads that you need to repair, and the bridges that need to repair because of the weight of the trucks and things that are on it would be. So it's to looking at that transport, because I think we've been very complacent, and I have too, that we've been using petrol and diesel, and it's been cheaper and cheaper, but now because of climate change and various other things, we need to change. It's going to happen. So how do we address that? And it's an opportunity to look at it and move through it and to move forward. What's the best for Southland? Because you've got a big area, and you do well for the GDP of the country. But I'm happy to work on this, and I think I will, just because I feel quite strongly, particularly as it's new stuff coming out, and New Zealand were the first country in the world to produce a wellbeing budget. Unfortunately, COVID came along and they had to do shovel-ready projects, but they were the first, and they're working on it. I believe the government are working on this sort of thing, because there's a spokesperson from the retirement ministry, Susie Morrison, who speaks with other people from the world about well-being, and spreading it around the world.
That's cool. So this council's been very aware of the 4 well-beings for a long time, and government have just brought it back in. It was another government that took it out, the 4 well-beings, but yeah, we've never lost sight of that.
And that's good. I think that's great that you've done it, and you've put it in there as well-beings, but I think it needs a lot more detail, obviously, and it's going to take time, because I think the whole systems are going to change, and I guess we're all expecting it. Let's move with it.
Yep. Any other questions of Dennis? Okay, thank you for your submission.
Thanks for listening. So, which is yours, I think.
So next submitter is Leah and Doreen. Leah and Doreen submitters number 115.
Good afternoon. I'm Leah Boniface and I live at 21 Palmerston Street. And
19 Palmerston Street. I'm Doreen Alsop and I live at 19 Palmerston Street.
Riverton.
Riverton.
Mhm. I failed to print a copy of my submission, or our submission, wasn't it? Palmerston, I don't know if I've used this there. Our part of Palmerston Street, that's looking south of our street. Palmerston Street is the main street of Riverton, and a lot of people seem to think that our part of the street doesn't exist. In fact, I collected a map of Riverton the other day at the garage, and this map doesn't even have our part of the street on the map. And it's Palmerston Street, the main street. Now, I'll give you a bit of history here. When we're looking at this street, in the 1840s, there were 6 immigrant cottages along our side of the street where people who came into Riverton landed at the port, and they were then housed at the barracks, which is where the old hospital used to be. And after they'd done their sort of introduction to New Zealand, they were then housed in the immigrant cottages that went on the on this. Oh. Now we're looking the other way. I've read it. Oh dear.
Oh, it's a nice house, isn't it?
I don't know what's happened here. And I've got a.
I don't know what's happened there either.
Well, I've got a diagram. Thank you, Fiona.
Sorry, you're going to paint the fence?
Sorry about that. So there's the history lesson, that there were 6 original cottages. Now, in the 1880s, those cottages were sold off privately, and my husband's ancestors lived in one since the 1880s, and then it went down the family and down the family, number 21, and that's where I currently live. So it has been in our family for about 150 years, but the street looks the same. Nothing's been done. In fact, my husband was brought up at 19 Palmerston Street, where Doreen lives. Thank you for that, Fiona. So there's the bit of the history. Now, that's looking north. Now, in the centre, here we are. Where did that little, here he is. Somewhere there in the middle, there's a, what is it, Doreen? That, I don't know. It's something to do with water.
It's the old track that went down to the,
Yeah, but there's a gadget there in the middle of the street,
Oh, yes.
which makes kind of a roundabout. I don't know what it is, but it's sort of put in the middle of the street.
Yep.
Yeah. How do I click that? Now that's looking north, so you can see how it moves up. Just recently, that apron there has been sealed, probably for the purpose of putting a white line there so that those of us who drive in our street know to give way, which we've done for the last 150 years.
it's to stop gravel from going out onto the other part of the road.
Talking of that.
Maybe I shouldn't have.
After that little bit was sealed there was a lot of loose chip. And the fellow with the brush on the front of his truck came along and he brushed it all into a big heap, which is really difficult to get across on my bicycle. No, you can't see it there, but it is difficult. And yeah, it hasn't been spread out or anything. And you can see, can I just go back? No, it didn't. I want to go back one again. There it is. There's the pothole. I thought this was Friday morning I took these pictures.
There's a ridge there too. They've sealed it so far and then it dips down. And it's quite dangerous, really.
It is. Now, how can I go on again? There we are. So this fence along here is my fence, and then Doreen's is along here, and this is Colin Brown. Now, can you see this little green bit going up there? There's a sump there in the front of my frontage and a drainage hole here. Now, about twice a year, somebody comes along in a truck and they put a big hose in. I don't know what they do, what they're sucking out or something, but they always go up there onto the grass and leave a big gouge ridged hole. So at least twice a year, I've got to go into the council office. There it is there, see? Will you please fill in this big rut, because it is difficult for me coming along on my mower as I mow the frontage. So they come along, I fill it in, they sprinkle grass seed on, and then 6 months later, it's rutted again. Right. Oh, there's the big ridge of gravel. We did get it, Doreen. Yep. So now another difficulty here is 2004 and 2002 to 2004. I used to push my mother in a wheelchair from Bupa Longwood down to our house to spend time with us. It was difficult coming down the Downing Street hill off the old overbridge. I wrote to council who said, and I said it would be a good idea to have a footpath here. It's dangerous for me pushing my old mother in a wheelchair. She died in 2004, and a month later, a footpath appeared. Wasn't that good? But in 2011, I had the same problem again when my dear husband, who had motor neurone disease, was at Bupa, and I had to push him on this gravel road. I tell you, it is not easy pushing a person in a wheelchair on a gravel street. We don't have a footpath. There was a footpath along here in the 1960s when my late husband and I were walking out together when he was at 19 Palmerston Street. There was a little gravel footpath, but that's long since disappeared. So that's what our street looks like. That's what the frontage is like. Potholes everywhere, gathers up in the rain. There's a lot of development going on in our street. This property here, I believe Alan Bryce is going to be speaking with you too. This is Alan Bryce's property, and he's going to be putting, I believe he's going to be putting a house on there. This one here has tiny houses on it. They've also signed our letter, and that's Doreen's Gateway. And here's some of the development that's going on across the road from us. There's some drainage being done there. And this is the main road, State Highway 99, going down there. And then this one here has had, looks like a causeway really, doesn't it? Put into it. And these are sections for sale. Oh, here's this arrangement. What did you say it was?
Yeah, no, it's not what I thought it was. I'll go down and have a look tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's in the middle of the street. Another man mentioned the paper roads. Well, we're not actually a paper road. We would like to be sealed. As we get older, and we might need wheelchairs or mobility scooters. Yes, yes. We would actually like to be able to access our street more conveniently than what we do at the moment. Oh, sorry. I was going to go. Oh no, I can do it, Fiona. I can do it. Yep. I'll just go down here. It was the water feature that I thought you might like to see. There it is. How would you like that at your front door? There's an open ditch outside our place along the main street of Riverton. For many years I've asked for that to be dealt with. I mean, if that doesn't even have a fence, you could have a child fell in one time, very difficult to get out. Our dog fell in, difficult to get out.
And there's 4 sections for sale in Palmerston Street, so there's going to be new houses going up there eventually, I should imagine. Eventually.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Sorry.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, the other ones coming from Bath Road as well. Yeah.
Yeah, there's two coming in from Bath Road, but how do they get into those sections?
From that bottom road, they're going to go into those. My understanding is going to sell them as one. Yeah.
Yeah, the one opposite me where he took down all the trees is for sale again. He was going to build units there, but I think that might have fallen through. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I don't
but
know.
It's still for sale. Yeah.
The stables at the end of, I shouldn't say the end, at the beginning of the street, there's stables, and so we have horse floats come up and down the street, and that's difficult if there's another vehicle in the street too. I mean, really, my question has been, why wasn't it ever sealed when the rest of the town was? Imagine our joy and jubilation when we got a letter in our box in November saying SDC, in conjunction with Downer in New Zealand, have programmed to commence resurfacing in your street. And we were thrilled. We were delighted. I talked to you, Karen, about it, didn't I? And Karen said, no, that's not right. We haven't authorised any sealing. But it says here, SDC. And we were told to keep our pets in, weren't we? And keep our cars in the garage so they didn't get disturbed. But all that was done was that intersection. Which one is that? There. That intersection, that little bit. That's what was done. And we were all a bit upset and disappointed about it. But yes, it was signed by the District Council that it was going. Wouldn't you understand that those words, commence resurfacing in your street, don't you think that would mean resealing? Because we did, didn't we? And the other neighbours thought so too. But it wasn't to be. And we've paid our rates for generations in my case, and 20 years in yours. You know, we've paid our rates, and roading is a priority. We're told it's key issue number 1, And when I wrote last in 2020 to ask if it could be done, the reply from the council was, I can advise you that currently the council has no active seal extension program. We weren't wanting an extension, we were wanting it in the first place, and has not had for several years, and is not a service council currently rates for. Hello, look at my rates demand. Very first item on my rates demand says roading. Next one, roading residential. So we are paying for it, and yet thank you, that's it.
You told me on Sunday you were going to give us a good go, and you have. I've really loved your guys' submission and feel your pain. Yeah. Are there any questions?
Well presented.
Yeah, well presented.
Oh, thank you.
But are there any questions from councillors?
Just more of a comment than a question. I think you're very lucky the mayor lives in your facility. And
Yes. He doesn't come to our part of the street very often, though.
Right. I've got a gravel road down mine as well. It's called Pitt
Yes,
Street.
you have, Pitt Street.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That could be connected up with the new walkway,
It could be.
couldn't it?
Yeah,
Maybe,
it's
isn't
an
it,
idea.
idea? Then you'd get your seal, but the walkway wouldn't come to our part, would it?
Okay. Hey, thank you very much for your submission. Very good. Next submitter is Jeff, 180.
couldn't help that.
Jeff Lindsay from Gleddale Farms is going to present the submission. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, I'd like to congratulate you, Gary, with your article this morning on the Bathurst mine. Get stuck into things. Don't bother with the rest of the public. Just get them digging and go.
Well, I don't think I said that.
Near enough, but still.
I haven't read it, but that's not what I said.
That's what I'd like to see happen.
Okay.
So congratulations to the council for approaching the roading and bridges. So important. We felt like we've been left behind in the rural communities with bridges. We've got 58-tonne vehicles now that we can't get to our properties. And we've had a cycle trail that's been a thorn in the side to most, including everyone here. I would suggest, and whether it would work or not, I don't know, call cycling a sport and then say, can we find a trust or a sports trust? Sell it to them for $1. And then that gets that out of our rating. There's 250,000, or I hear all sorts of figures. You guys will have them, but it's just going to be an ongoing cost. That if you could get a trust set up for the cycle trail, I would like to see that happen. Now, I get jabbed at occasionally about council in regards to staffing and the number of staff. 25 years ago, I went into the council and said, this road's not going too well here. We need something done with it. Yep, righto. $100,000 later, we got the road up the Reedy Plains Road done and didn't have to do anything. Right, we provided the place to put it, and we worked in with everyone. We worked with the council. We need more of that to happen. And George Harper over here, he needs an OBE. He needs to be congratulated on his stance and what he said, because that is where we are bogged down with bureaucracy. We're just bogged. And it's just time. This council stood up against central government and said, we've had enough. I think there's a groundswell out there of people with the winter grazing and all those things going on, and I think it's time that I look at our staff and they tell me in the mornings what their rating is going to be, and extras, and I just look and think to myself, well, that's tough going. That's hard on our local people.
Mm.
And so you're doing the right thing with getting the bridges and putting your emphasis into the council. When it started originally, it was started for roading and bridges. That was its purpose right from day one. We've lost our way. We're out there trying to get tourism, as you have said. How do we get this money out of tourism?
Mm.
What are we doing in there? We should not be doing in there. That's central government, not you guys. So I know it might be peanuts, but to listen, if you sit on a tractor all day and you try and listen to a radio and you've got that jolly ad Southland District Council on all day long and think you're paying for it, what are we doing? We've lost our way. We've really lost our way. I commend Russell McPherson in his statement to say we need to get back to basics. We need to put our money, like, don't get me wrong, our roads and our bridges are not too bad, especially if you went to the Philippines and Davao and had a look in there compared to that. I've sat in the Hamilton distribution for Fonterra 2 years ago, and if you watch their map of how to distribute all the trucks, so they've got purple lines. I don't know whether you guys have been in there, but they've got purple lines, red lines, blue lines. Can't put that truck up there because that bridge is no good. Can't put that truck up there because the bridge is good. At transport costs, we are a commodity producing province who punch well above our weight. We pay far too much in rates. You need to go to the government, say, we are going to cut our staff numbers down by this amount. You subsidise it, because what worries me is when you guys go out there to go and try and put a new bridge in, the cost of getting a consent to put the bridge in. Like 2008, the guy from, was it Downers or something, him and I went to the Reedy Drummond Road there, and the council had the wrong map. It was a smaller culvert than what it was. We had a 20-ton digger. We just dug and went through the road. I paid for it, but he was so helpful. The council were so helpful in those days. Now the paperwork you got to try and do, even to close a road or do anything with it, it's just, we got to have pushback. This is the time we need. And look, Councillor George Harper here, honestly, you've got to take note of what he said. That is the whole feeling of the whole community. We are just bogged with all this paperwork. The minute you think of a consent, it's just mind-boggling. Time consuming. You've got to get more electronic systems within your council. You've got to get more modern stuff in there for communication. No good to me, because I'm not getting out of that side now anyway. I just like a bit of paper still. But however, that's modern way. That's where we got to go. And for the rating, I mean, that's another side of it. But farming, what we pay in rates, by comparison to the guy. So we would shift 10% on our farm, I guess, of the volume that a gravel contractor would shift. So he'd pay about 3,500 in rates or something, and ours is more than 6 figures. And it's just inequities. It's just bogging the community. We just got to go to central government for more money. Get them down here, drag them by the ear if you have to, and stand up. We can't just stand back and take all this. Certainly, if we were going to put all these, do these bridges and everything up, I dare say your engineers will be working culverts or bridges, which would be absolutely spot on. I guess they'll be 58-ton plus rated, would like to think. But honestly, if you could see the cost of this to Fonterra and other contractors, I mean, we were going around these bridges, just closing roads. It's just, that's what I'd like to see. You guys congratulations on putting this emphasis on roading. I just applaud you for it. Honestly, I do. But don't start me on the Tiana airport. I don't know what you do with that. No, I'm a ratepayer up there too, and oh man, that just winds me up like a spring. Like honestly, I'd like a wee bit of, can you sell it? Or can you, we're a business here. When I look into a budget over the years, I've been in quite a few different businesses. And when tough times get tough, you look at flicking bits and pieces off to get the right thing to go for. So we can't just keep going out there with such big rate rises, and what the airport, that's another feature, which I'd sooner not dwell on, but it's there.
Yep.
But that cycle trail, honestly, you have to get rid of it. You have to just go to anyone for $1. That's good on you, good on them for having such a thing. I don't despise anybody having that, but I don't want to pay for it. And you could then, there's another thing perhaps, I don't know, go out fishing, you need a fishing license. Or if you got a bike, you need a bike license. I don't know. That's another side. Why are we paying for all these toilets and amenities and everything for all these cycle people when it's,
Yep.
I don't know, but I just, good on you for back to basics and roading. And honestly, I would like you, well, you probably got it all within your own council records of the bridges and that, but if you could only see what those guys have got to do when a truck's half loaded and oh no, well, I can't send him there yet, he's close because he's going to be over 48 tonne.
Yep. No, I get that. Thanks, Jeff. Any questions of Jeff in regards to this submission? I see Abel's gone for the Tiana airport question.
Don't worry, I'll get to him anyway.
No, I thank you for your submission. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, thanks, Gary. Thank you.
No worries. Stu McKnight hasn't arrived. Okay, well, that is the end of the submissions for today. Certainly a lot to take in, and we'll adjourn. I move that we adjourn for tomorrow. Is there a seconder, please? Yeah. Councillor Rudenthal. All those in favour? Against? Carry. Can I just ask for councillors just to remain for a wee minute?